You know, somebody in chat yesterday said that I was the only person using a Gooner outfit, and I honestly wasn't sure if that was true, but everybody I watched playing WUCHANG last night was not using a Gooner outfit, so honestly, he might be right. Advertisers will blacklist me. I don't think it's that serious, my man. Wait, what the? Did I lose? Wait. Wait, what is going on? I lost my Gooner armor. It's all gone. Wait, what? What actually happened though? Patched by advertisers. Oh, I had the pre-order gear and now it's gone. There was an update? Yeah, but maybe I have to go back to the donation box? I thought you get it at the no, I guess you don't get it at the invoke. It's at the... Wait, it's at the temple, isn't it? It's weird that the gear got reset. No, it didn't. Wait. What the fuck is going on? Did I... Wait, I'm actually so confused. Did I lose the deluxe edition? What is going on? Wait, I'm actually so confused. If you didn't buy it, they removed it? Well, I mean, I didn't buy it, but I got gifted like a deluxe edition of the game, I'm pretty sure. That's so weird. I'm pretty sure I got gifted like a deluxe edition of the game. Unless they sent me a normal edition and I got the items when I wasn't supposed to? Everyone got deluxe shit even though you didn't have deluxe? Are you kidding me? The devs didn't even send me the deluxe edition? What is this fucking bullshit? Well, we're gonna have to find some Gooner outfits in-game, I guess. Maybe we can wear some actual armor. Well, the thing is, you can transmog in this game, so... Oh, you know what? We have some stuff to turn in. Also, I was looking through the mods for this game last night. I was curious if anybody made any mods.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
Somebody already made a nude mod. Can you fucking believe that? Unbelievable. It's not that hard to believe. Okay, well, All right, I'm just outing myself here, but apparently somebody made a nude mod for this game, and all they had to do was just disable the clothing in the game. Which is just, it's kind of weird because, like, no, I didn't install it. I didn't install it. It's just most games, they don't actually have, like, most games don't actually have those things modeled.
Oh, the prayer beads that were enshrined in the Lightson Temple. I've seen them before. Crafted from 7 precious treasures. Absolutely priceless. The beads disappeared when the rebels stormed through. Seems they've been holding on to them all this time. Unfortunately, they targeted Cloudspire after fleeing town. That lady up there?
Don't say that on... I'm not sponsored. What do you mean?
Where on earth did you come across this? In all my years of travel, I've never encountered anything like it. WUCHANG was appointed by the Emperor to oversee Cloudspire a few years ago. It was obvious he was there to keep Snowfall Palace in check. With the Ming dynasty crumbling, he could have easily carved out his own kingdom. Instead, his loyalty binds him to chase the impossible. Resurrection.
They have to kill the animals. No.
It's long since past.
All right, well, we should have some new gear now. Riding boots. Has really good slash and stab.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. If you've got more than...
All right, let's go. I don't know, we've got some like NPCs we could talk to. I'm not sure if we could do their quests. Schooner, a negative thing. It's just a stupid word for horny people.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. I'd heard tales of Cloudspire, its endless riches. Yearned to see them with my own eyes. Imagine my surprise upon arrival, scrabbling and brawling, the ground littered with corpses. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Where death is rampant, there's money to be made.
Senior maid's coat.
Come back soon. Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon. Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you.
These blades seem kind of shitty.
Come back soon.
How are those leggings? Okay. There's another NPC we could talk to here. I'll be honest, I cannot say I remember where this NPC is. Aren't you cold? Nah. Is there like somebody at a door? Oh, here she is.
Have you found Lee, please? It's of great importance that you find the treasurer named Lee and deliver the package to him. What? How did you come by this? Well, my thanks to you, all the same. My business...
Okay. I will take some brilliant red feathers. How's the voice acting in the game? Oh, it's been fine. I can't really complain. You think it's more like Dark Souls or WUCHANG? I mean, I'd say this feels more like a Souls game. I just think the balance in this game needs some work. Also, the enemy variety in this game seems like really bad as well. Where is this NPC? I don't know where this guy is. Trying to remember. I don't really remember any NPC that I could talk to. That armor? It's the senior maid's leggings. Of course. Oh. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll come back here later. Maybe somebody in chat who's played it will tell me where this guy is. I have no fucking clue. Okay, well, when we left off, we needed to go talk, or we talked to, what the fuck was this guy's name? I can't remember. Not here. Oops. Dude, I don't even really have that cool of armor though. Like we have the dress. Oh, they're both here now. Nice. What was this guy's name?
I'm not
Galat.
scared of
Ah,
anything.
yes.
Not as long as Boss is around.
I stand by my word. Here, take the clothes. It's high time I thought up a master plan to rid that hag of her power.
I'm not scared of anything. Not as long as Boss is around.
I mean, most of the outfits are fine. It's just me, like, using specific stuff. Like, if you put on the full armor set, most of them are fine. It's just the thing, well, so like I have a corset. If I want to use like a full armor set, but most of the chest pieces kind of cover your whole body.
It's high time I thought.
The thing is though, chat, you can you can transmog any of the gear, so if you really desire. Hello? Oh yeah, we got, wait, what was it? Wedding attire? Actually, I don't know if we can wear that. No, we can't. We're supposed to give it to this guy.
Did you find them for me? Much obliged. They were here in the castle for safekeeping, ready for the bride-to-be, until they vanish, that is. Thank the stars you found them. Hand the wedding attire over to the madam, and she shall reward you handsomely. Oh, and, you'll find a gang of youths in the inner head calling themselves...
Yeah, I mean, I didn't
Great
like the dual
Yonder.
blades that much
Should you
at
take
the
up work
beginning.
for the madam,
I don't know if
ask
I
that
like
you
them
not
that much
treat the
still.
children too harshly. Be merciful, miss. They're but children growing up on the streets as beggars with no one to guide them.
Yeah, one thing that, yeah, the lifesteal with the dual blades seems kind of crazy. Snowfall Palace, once prosperous and serene, now seeks to grow. Therefore, we call upon the town's maidens. Oh, I read this before. Oh, I think I came in here. Yeah, we did. Actually, there might be a path upstairs. The longsword honestly seems like one of the best weapons to me. But I don't want to just use the longsword the entire time just because it's good. I'd like to at least try out the other weapons. How's the game? I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, I mean, this game is not like Elden Ring. I would put it closer to... Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of like a mix of Sekiro in terms of... kind of aesthetic. Not necessarily, but you can't, like... I mean, you could parry in this game, but it's not a huge part of it. I think this game really lacks, like, enemy variety, though. I don't know how many of these just random human enemies that I've killed, but it's too much. I named one game. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Sekiro, and I guess... I mean, I don't know what fucking game to compare it to. It's its own game. I just... Whatever, man. Just try it on Game Pass. I mean, it's like Elden Ring in the sense that you could change Ash of Wars, but the world design and aesthetic is like completely different. Hi, Larksa. Okay, well, there was an underground pathway. Maybe this is just like a side area or a shortcut. Yeah, we have been killing the same enemy types for like so long. Yeah, chat really likes Larksing. That's why I removed disting. People just used it too much, man. There's too much disting. You know, the fact that you need the brilliant red feathers to, the fact you need brilliant red feathers to upgrade your weapon is kinda... might be kind of annoying from like a speedrunning perspective. Is this just a dead end? I guess so. Oh. I see. We just went in a circle. No, there's no jump. I wish there was a jump. Honestly, the physics in this game are like really jank though. Like when you fall down off a ledge. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait, where is this? Oh, this fucking game confuses me. Was that ladder always there? I think we're going the right way. I just kicked it down. I am spacing out like way too much. This guy have a gun? Hey, Karmic. Your character is so slow and useless, dude. I know what you mean. Holy shit. Yeah, you are so useless in this game, Karmic. You get knocked down and your character just lays on the ground for like 5 seconds. It's like, think about what you've done. Think about your mistakes. Oh god, there's another one? Please no. I don't know if we want to go up. Well, in Elden Ring you can get back up though after you get knocked down like pretty quickly. In this game, you do get stun locked for like quite a long time. Also, why is there only... I'm gonna be saying this until the end of my fucking playthrough, chat, and I don't care because maybe the devs will like consider something. But why is there only 4 item slots in this game? 2 of them are basically just automatically used by the Vase and the Temperance. Like, why is there only 4? Yeah, the game doesn't pause when you go into the inventory, and it's like the UI only shows 16 items at a time, which like that's decent, but you have a lot of shit in your inventories. I don't know, man. I don't know. Questionable. Questionable decisions. At least if it was like Sekiro, where, you know, you open the... Because, I mean, even a FromSoft game has pausing in Sekiro. You can just use items from there. I thought maybe it would be like Liza P, where you could get extra item slot upgrades. That would at least be okay. Damn, that did a lot of damage. I guess the blades are really good for riposts. Okay, lady. Dude, this fuck. Yeah, fuck off. I'm just leaving. How many bosses have I beaten? Honestly, I have not been keeping track. We are at what is this place called? Snowfall Palace? Might as well just run past these guys. The stagger animation in this is also like really bad. Luckily you can roll out of it at least. Oh, you know, I was wondering if a guy was gonna come running through the doorway the moment I tried to pick that up. Oh, there's another item there. Can't run this game with the GTX 1080. Yeah. I don't know if you're just being sarcastic. This or Stellar Blade? I don't know. Stellar Blade isn't really a Souls-like. If you're looking for more of an action game, play Stellar Blade. If you want a Souls-like, play this game, I guess. Kazan is really good. Like, it actually has really good boss fights, in my opinion. But the thing about Kazan is the loot system is kind of terrible, in my opinion. Some people probably like it. I really don't like how loot works in that game. okay. I mean, Kazan has really good boss fights, but I really didn't like the loot system in Kazan. You must dislike Neo loot system. Yeah, I don't really like the Neo loot system that much either, to be fair. I don't like having to sort through a million different things. And it's not like the game is hard enough where you need to actually, well, maybe an NG plus in Neo, but I feel like you don't really need to min-max your gear that much in terms of effects, but that also might be completely wrong. Yeah, you can sell it in Neo. You could do the same thing in Kazan. But after every level going and selling a bunch of just the same shit over and over again in Kazan, and then it was like, I don't know, it's just the progression of the character in Kazan felt very just very like boring, I guess. Damn it. That works. Okay, wait a sec. We're just going in fucking circles. Where? I'm confused. Hey, Rave. Well, thank you for the 62 months as well, Karmic. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you, man. Because we jump. Oh, wait. Well. No, because... Dude, where the fuck am I going? Oh, yeah. There was this path. I forgot. What? Okay. Whatever, I need to get my heals back anyways. No, I didn't forget it. I mean, I saw it. I thought I would be able to move to the side. Dude, we haven't found a shrine in so fucking long. Because game's trash. What do you not like about it, Ozzy? I mean, I'm not saying the game's amazing or anything, but I've honestly been enjoying it still. Man, yeah, those riposts do a lot of damage. We finally have normal fashion. Yes, sir. Okay, bitch. Come on. Lifesteal is cheat. Okay, dude. Bitch. Dude, where the fuck are the shrines? What the? Okay, I really need to get some water, chat. I'm actually really thirsty. I need to be right back. You actually have a girlfriend. Okay, buddy. I'm sure you do. I'm just kidding. Okay. Dude, I'm terrified of this rock. Okay. We did it. No, I don't want to die again. I'm just gonna run past this guy, dude. We need a fucking shrine. What the fuck is this? Oh, thank God. I'm not skipping mobs, I'm just going past them so I can come back. Getting lifesteal on attack with the parry is kind of ridiculous. Have any of you in chat played Killing Floor 3? Is it good? The end of the game is so easy because they wanted to balance things up, and at some point they said fuck this. Yeah, I don't know. The balance in this game is super, like, it's, I don't know, it's so weird. There are just some pretty difficult fights in this game, but a lot of the early fights are like really easy. Oh, there's Vit up here. Maybe so people don't quit. Yeah, so people don't refund the game. Better than No More Room in Hell 2.
Are you here for the wedding as well? The
Kazan bosses were actually quite difficult.
This wedding has been long in the making. They say the bride was chosen from near and far. Oh, if you are a guest, take the path to the right of the square. follow it to the end.
Alright, see you later, Karmic.
Oh, if you are a guest.
Okay, well...
At its end.
This place is nice. Oh shit. These enemies are... She like does the same thing every time. She does that melee attack and then she kicks me. Dragonling Pendant. Slash attack power. I'm guessing neither of these doors open. Well, this one does. Okay. Oh.
The madam has lowered the bridge, as was promised.
I'm gonna open the door. Holy shit, these fucking dagger ladies, like... They do some serious damage. She didn't do the normal AI thing. I'm having a great time. Oh, there's an elevator here. Okay, there was another item over this way as well. It's probably nothing useful, but you never know. One bunny bun. I hate the word slop. I think that might be my least favorite new fucking trend of just calling things slop. It's so cringe. Hey, Minnie, thank you for the 3 months. You're getting old, thus rejecting Zoomer lingo. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. Dude, the running attack on the dagger is so, like, depressing. It's so bad. Those attending the young master's wedding banquet proceed to the hall on the right. Well, I have wedding attire. Is this where the lady is? Felt old the first time you heard someone say aura farming. I don't mind that one. I find it... it's kind of funny in some contexts.
Bride for
Oh.
my little boy.
My lip... Oh shit. Damn, this girl's got legs. Damn, I can't parry her though. Fucking hell. Can I even hit her, dude? These fucking daggers suck ass. I'm dead.
How dare you stain my palace?
Dude, what is this? What the fuck, man? Okay. I don't know about this. I don't know about this weapon for this fight, chat.
Now you see me. Lost, are we?
Wait, she has a tail. Oh no, that's her coat. Well, I don't know about that fight. I don't know if I really want to try that fight with these dual blades. We can't parry her is the thing. You're allowed to finish the game on stream. They just said you're not allowed to like post stuff from the late game. I don't think live streaming matters though. And realistically they can't enforce that anyways, so. Damn. Oh.
Bride for my little boy.
Classic frame drops. Dude. This lady is destroying me. Okay, hold on, I'm curious. Kind of looks like they're enforcing it. Oh yeah, very funny. No, nobody's on embargo. They specifically said you're not supposed to post endgame stuff within the first 48 hours of the release. Keyword posts. They don't want Ong Ball posting the final boss 2 minutes after the game fucking releases. His fucking no-hit that he recorded 2 weeks ago already. I mean, Ong Ball's a good player. People definitely glaze him too much, but that's just like classic YouTube. Like he's good. Like, it's not like it's easy to no-hit all the fights. But, you know, it's not like full game no-hit runs or anything. Hey, Toby. But I mean, that's just like what happens with streamers. Like, people will glaze them super hard. I'm sure people do that about me sometimes too. It's... They do. No, I'm just washed up now. Alright, let's go down the elevator. Oh, wait, there's an item here. I just want the fucking item. Gosh. This is great. This is just fucking fantastic. Fuck off. Oh my god, lady. Yes, okay, nice. They're fighting each other. That's what I was hoping for. I would compare it to another Souls-like. What would it be closest to? I don't know, man. It's... I don't know. Okay, Ozzy, clearly you hate the game, but I don't know. I think you're being a little harsh. Waspomancy? I have... You know, that's so weird, because I could have sworn I set it to max, but... Did that even actually go? I don't really notice that much of a difference anyways.
The walls shine with cold, harsh light, while fragrant petals fall like shattered gold. But our prize, it's long gone from this place. But our prize, it's long gone from this place.
What the hell is this? I'm like kind of wondering if I can drop down there, but I'm probably just gonna die. Why is there a ladder here? Oh, fuck it. Okay. Well. I don't think, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we have to kill that lady down below. The thing, okay, you know what? No. Hold on. There is, also, somebody said there was like a flask upgrade that I missed, like, back where I was before. We unlocked Mount Zenwu, but we haven't explored it at all. I mean, I might have been getting one guide. Unless maybe we already got it, and I didn't even realize. Thing is, we can't go back from here. Actually. Wait a sec, did I go here? Maybe this is a way back. Let me down. platform is this on? We're playing on PC. Maybe I already got the upgrade. Like how I saw the heal go off. Dude, whatever. These fucking enemies are so annoying. I don't know. Maybe there's a healing upgrade. If there is, I don't know. I don't know where it is. Oh, wait, yeah, we do have it. Nice. I'm dumb. Just didn't realize. My build seems weak. Yeah, it's because I'm not using the longsword. Nah, I'm just kidding. I mean, some of the other weapons seem alright. I actually like the axe. The spears seemed pretty good. I tried the one-handed sword and the dual blades. Yeah, at the end of the stream yesterday and today, and I don't know. The one-handed sword and the dual blades seem kind of weak. The one-handed sword could be good. Maybe. I don't know. All right, well, there's another area we can go explore. I don't know. This boss fight that we were trying to do, the lady in the basement, that shit was like fucked up. Yeah, the longsword running attack is insane. Night Rain duo mode announced. I don't know why I'm bothering to even check if this is legit, but not like it really, not really that exciting. On July 30th, take on Night's Terrors as 2 kindred souls. Okay. Do we know what the next Night Lord is gonna be? The next enhanced one? Is it actually Libra? Did they confirm what the next one was? Who the fuck are these guys? What is going on? I don't know if this area is better, to be honest. This seems kind of fucked up here. Oh, they're pretty weak though. We should probably switch weapon types back again. Holy shit. Are these fucking infinite spawning enemies, dude? I just want to loot the item in peace, please. Good thing I got that bunny bun. There's a summoner nearby, probably. Or maybe, I don't know though, because there was another area of the game where there was like infinite spawning enemies, and maybe there was a way to actually stop it and I didn't realize. Maybe that's what the cannons were used for in that area. You could like destroy the summoning thing. How's the game running for me? It's okay. But I also have a 5090, so... And I mean, even there there was a lag spike, you know, it's still not perfect. Yeah, the performance here is not great. Dude, I am so lost. I think overall I've liked the level design. I wish the enemies in this game were a bit more like threatening. Oh, nice. Did I beat the kicking lady? No, I went to a different area since she was kind of scary. Hey, Palestine. What's up? Is that the summoner? Maybe. I think Expedition 33 ran alright for me, from what I remember. I think... I don't know if I still had the 4090 when I played Expedition 33. Can't remember. Not that a 4090 is bad, but... Forgive my folly, Lord. I allowed my dearest friend to fall into temptation. Forgive my violence against my kin, a sin most grievous. Lord Christ, thou who reignest eternal with the Father and the Holy Spirit, hear our prayer. Amen. Medicine case. There's definitely a fair bit that we missed in the previous area. I just want to find a shrine first, hopefully. Yeah, somebody told me a few minutes ago that the duo mode got announced. That's cool. I mean, you could play if you really want to play duo, you can play it like with the seamless co-op mod, but at least it'll be like official now and you don't have to mod the game for it. Get a third to assist you by dropping out. Yeah, that's true.
I came through the pass, and as I approached,
Did the game get any harder? Yeah, the boss fights that I've seen recently have been pretty tough.
Be hiding within. My long search has finally come to an end, and now my soul may find solace. You possess great strength. Will you join me in the forest to end this demon once and for all? Should I fall prey to bewitchment, stop me at any cost. I would not wish to be a pawn to darkness and cause havoc. Excellent. Make your preparations, then let us reconvene in the woods.
Oh, it's the jar guy. Okay. Well, the thing is, if somebody drops out in Night Rain, then the game actually scales it down. Like, the game literally supports duo mode in the sense that it does scale it. Like, if you're in a group of 3 people in Night Rain and 2 people leave, the boss will get changed to like a solo boss. It's just you're not gonna have any wending graces, which is like the fucked up part. Yeah, I mean, even if you have somebody drop out, it's not 3-player difficulty. Damn, dude, this place is massive. Dude, the lag though, yeah, I don't know, it's not running great in this area. This is a pretty big, like, open area though. Not to say that it should be lagging, but I guess I could see why it would be. Okay, I'm just going, okay. Just going in a circle. Speed up the riposte animations. The thing is, you don't actually want them to speed up the riposte animations in Night Rain, because that means less, like, DPS. And the lag here is kind of bad though. I mean, for solo, I guess the riposts don't really matter.
Child, your arm.
Child.
Feathering has taken
Do I
hold
really
as
look like a
not.
child to you?
Shanwu Temple has
I guess it's
fallen
all
to
relative.
rubbles. No medicine remains. Hide here, in camp, lest they seize you as well.
With that hat.
The temple was once bursting with activity. The kind Taoists tended to so many. But now, how swiftly times have changed.
Oh, it's this
my
guy.
friend. It's been a long time since we last met.
It's actually only been like an hour.
The feathering and worship's rise. It's spreading like wildfire. I had to flee before I ended up like the afflicted. Luckily, I managed to escape with a few villagers I knew. This camp, it's humble, but at least we're safe. For now, it's a place to call home. Business is rough these days. If you happen to come upon anything of value, don't hesitate to come to me. What treasures do you have for me today?
I've
Let
been
me
enjoying
make
the
an
game a lot. I don't know, I'm not very picky though when it comes to Souls likes. There's a shrine here.
Well, well, if it ain't the little lady herself. Let me guess, you heard about the rebel camp nearby and thought you'd score some loot, right? If you do find something valuable, don't forget your old pal, yeah? Come back soon.
Oh, there's a donation box here. I think this game starts off pretty weak, but I've honestly been enjoying it the more that I've played it. Like, I will say though, the enemy variety in this game is pretty lacking.
I've come all the way from Portugal to spread the word of our Lord. Your arms. Trust in the Lord, my child, and He shall doubtless heal your terrible suffering. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I cleanse thee. May the glory of God guide you.
We can pray now.
And may your sins be washed away. I journeyed here with another missionary, Bulio. But he lost his way, deceived by the devil's tricks. He held a belief that those adorned with feathers were messengers from the heavens. Such blasphemy! I tried to bring him back to the righteous path, but I failed. In the process, I lost my medicine case. If you happen upon Bulio, please tell him to return to me. The Lord will forgive him. Allah, what else can I do for you? Oh, my medicine case! Thank you so much! May the light always guide you. Please, take this as a sign of my gratitude. It's miraculous for healing wounds. Allah, what else can I do for you? Allah.
You can do nothing else for me, apparently.
Huh? Begone. If it be food you seek, go find your own.
Whoa. Okay, this is where I came in. Oh, right, that's Jar Boy. Oh yeah, and then this is where this path was. Okay, all right. So we have two paths here. I'm trying to like keep mental notes, or you know, try to keep track of all the different pathways. Honestly, I think I've been doing a pretty good job though. We've definitely explored, I feel like, mostly everything. It's possible we missed some stuff though. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through here, but I'm gonna try. We don't need the spicy soup anymore. The runbacks are definitely kind of rough. Okay, we can't. All right, so this is just like the shortcut path or something. Like 3 shortcuts here. All right, I want to go back to the previous shrine and explore the, because we just kind of chose a path. I feel like we definitely missed some stuff back here. You hate exploring in these games? Well, there's definitely some. I mean, Black Myth Wukong, you know, honestly, I feel like Black Myth Wukong, if you hate exploring, Wukong is definitely like a good game in the sense that I don't know, Wukong feels like a glorified boss rush at times. That game has so many bosses, actually. Just like non-stop boss fights. Depends if you find cool loot. I don't know, there's still a lot of good stuff to find in Elden Ring. But I mean, the thing is, if you don't use summons, then a lot of the loot becomes, like, so much of the loot pool in Elden Ring is filled with summons tied to like catacombs and stuff. And a lot of people don't like using summons, so. Are you fucking kidding me? Combat feels lifeless. I don't know. I think the combat's alright, but yeah, it's not like Elden Ring. Or it's not a Souls game. Honestly, I think the best game in terms of combat is probably Liza P. But even Liza P, I don't know. I feel like a lot of Liza P is, even though I really do like Liza P, I think the design of a lot of bosses in terms of their attacks, like a lot of attacks in Liza P are not reactive. Like you can't, I don't know, some of the timings and stuff in that game are just so awkward where you just have to learn through like repetition, and you can't really react based on like telegraphs and stuff. Like, the fucking final boss of the DLC was ridiculous. Holy shit, this requires 5 Skyborn Might? Damn. And I think, I mean, the Liza P combat is good, but the The character in Liza P feels so stiff. Like, the parrying feels satisfying for sure, but just the movement, I don't know, you feel, I mean, I know you're a fucking puppet, and I know somebody's gonna say that, like, oh, well, that's, yeah, that's what the character's supposed to be like, but it's just, I don't know. The movement just feels fucking kind of awkward. It's very stiff for sure. There's something about the Souls games. I feel like they do character control so well. Like you just feel like you can control, you have so much control in the Souls games. Well, at least, maybe not Dark Souls 2, but... Okay, this is where I ran. Oh my gosh, these fucking enemies. This is where I ran through before. There's also a path. Fuck me, this place is confusing. Oh, this is the way I went, actually. I'm getting so turned around. Jesus. Yeah, some sort of Makiri counter like skill would have been cool for sure. Okay, so that's where I came from. Oh, I think I could probably drop down. From up here? Or anything else down here? That's good. Okay, so there's no way through here. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure I've been thorough here. I mean, we got an extra upgrade material, so that was good. It's worth coming back for that at least. We'll see if there's any other branching paths along here. Yeah, I'm just enjoying this game for what it is. I don't know. I don't go into these games expecting like, oh, what the fuck? I wasn't even looking at the build-up. I don't go into these games expecting, you know, the next FromSoft or anything. I don't know. I thought Wukong was good, but the combat in that game, it just felt there was barely any customization for your character in Wukong, in my opinion. Like, the stances barely made any difference at all. Right, that's where I open the chest. Is this the pathway I went down, or was it the other way? Oh yeah, okay, we went up there, but I think we explored the side path here too. We probably explored everything here. I'm just going in a circle, right? Yeah. Okay, and now we're here. Yeah, I played Expedition 33 like right when it came out. It's a really good game. All right, well, we found some things we missed, not much. Yeah, I think the level design for this is pretty good. There is a lot of shortcuts that are, you know, I saw like a review mention this, but there are a decent bit of shortcuts in this game that are kind of pointless. Like, it's cool that you can go back to this area, but it doesn't really help you in any way. A lot of the time. Not always. Some of the shortcuts are good. Some of them are kind of redundant. It's like, cool, you can go back here, but the game gives you no reason to actually do it, and it's not useful in any way, but you can. Oh, what the fuck is that? I don't think you can block dogs, right? My game of the year so far? Probably Expedition 33. I don't know, the music in that game was just so good. The combat, like, it was a cool take on the turn-based style of game. Donkey Kong was good. I mean, I don't know about Game of the Year, though. I didn't actually like the digging mechanic that much. Like, it was alright. I don't hate it. It's just... yeah. For me, I would say it's Expedition 33, for sure. Also, the game had only up in it. Honestly, I think one of my biggest complaints about this game, and this is like, I don't know, maybe it's kind of dumb, but dude, the fact that you only have 4 item slots is like driving me crazy. I loot all these fucking items, but like I don't want to constantly be switching out items in my goddamn inventory. Like it's so fucking stupid. 2 of the item slots are just automatically like used. Alright, let's try to fight this fucking guy. Chill, dude. I don't know how we even managed to get him there. We were just like clashing everything. I have lost track of my position here. Oh, fuck. Yeah, well, you know what's even the funny thing about it, Yui, is that the game literally has duos in it, like in the sense that if you're playing as a 3-man and somebody leaves, the game will downscale it to 2 players. So it's just so stupid. Though, I mean, the only thing about duos, I guess, is that it's obviously harder to like to resurrect your teammate if they go down, and then you obviously don't have wending graces, so like duos is a bit harder. I'm just going backwards, right? Yeah. It's gonna split matchmaking too. Yeah, that's fair. That's all. That is true. They leave during the final boss. It doesn't scale down. Yeah, but I mean, who leaves during the boss? Unless they like DC, but you know, on purpose. You'd be surprised. Oh, also Yui, thank you for the sub, man. FromSoft is slow with updates. Yeah. They've always been like that. You know, it's funny that you say you'd be surprised, because also this is kind of completely random, but I used to play GTA Online, and the amount of times I would I would play with my brother, and so we would do like the heists or whatever online in GTA, and the amount of people that would fucking leave, like we would sit in a lobby, me and my brother, wait for it to fill up. We'd play through the whole mission, and then somebody would like leave right before, like right as we finish. And if one person leaves the match, it like cancels the match, and you get no credit, and it just fucks everyone over. And that shit would happen so much, and I was just always like, why? Like who? I mean, maybe maybe it was just a coincidence, but it happened so much. It's like, are there people just who live to just like troll? I just found it so strange, because it's not like they get to see the reaction of you when they quit or anything. I don't know why it happened so much. Like, it was not a... I know some of you might be thinking, oh, maybe their like internet died or their... But it happened so much, unless it was an issue with the game.
Downfall of mortals is the primordial deity's punishment. The fact that you're still standing means you're chosen. Either way, I was sent here by the primordial deity himself. Yet, the people remain blind to his will. Their ignorance has led to nothing but war and suffering. Tell me, if sacrificing the worthless could save the world, would you do it? Good. Then follow my words, and I'll use that resolve to help lift your curse.
Could be enough for 2 levels. Oh yeah, we were going for... Yeah, there's 5 vit here. That's pretty nice. Also 5 endurance over here. The trees actually go so much further as long as you put the point in like the next one. Oh yeah, we have a flask upgrade as well. Or no, well yeah, that we can increase the potency. Dude, there's so many paths to go down. It's like getting overwhelmed. There's an enemy down there. This forest this reminds me of like the fucking Forbidden Woods in Bloodborne a little bit. I'm just so fucking confused. It took me so long to learn how to go through the Forbidden Woods. Like, that shit always confused me for so long when I first started playing Bloodborne. Years ago. Do I want to speedrun the game? I don't know. I'll have to beat it first. Let me loot the fucking item. Wait, do you have iframes on ladders? Am I liking the boss fights? Well, the boss fights at the start of the game are like way too easy, in my opinion. By love, I have found refuge upon Mount Xingwu, safe for now, yet hunger encroaches upon us. Should this message reach you, foray for wild herbs and roots upon your journey, they must sustain us. Beware the bloodsuckers that dwell in the woods. Tread carefully, my dear. Okay, well, we got 2 shrines. That's good. No, I did not beat Leg Lady. So Evox, thank you for the 14 months. Whoa. Yo, it's like the Dark Souls 1 clan. Kind of. Really tanky though. Whoa. Yeah, Forbidden Wood skip is so nice. Forbidden Wood skip is a little OP though, in my opinion. Not that that's a bad thing, but like, if you go to Forbidden Woods and you pick up all the shit there, all the cold bloods and all the gear and stuff, you can get like 60,000 blood echoes in the first 5 minutes of the game. If you pick up like the cannon and the Graveguard armor and all that stuff. You can also kill the 2 like NPC invaders. I do really like doing Forbidden Wood skip though. Will I run DS3 any % again? I don't know, man. I'm kind of like, the thing is, the Souls games have been hyper optimized to death. Now, I mean, I know there's still new records, but it's just the level of practice and like grinding that's required to get records in the Souls games is pretty fucking high at this point. Not to say that I couldn't do it or anything, it's just I don't necessarily want to I don't know. I'm like a very competitive person, so if I run a game, a lot of the time, you know, I do want to try to get record or like go for a top time. And some of these games are just, or some of the Souls games are just, the amount of time you need to put in, like grinding, it's just kind of ridiculous. Okay, I don't know how to get that item. Maybe, I guess we just go forward and we'll find out. Farm record for new releases, yeah. I don't really post the run as like a record until I'm actually fairly happy with it though. Like I wouldn't never like post a run where I died 20 times and be like, world record. Wait for RE9. Yeah. Yeah, RE9's gonna be a fun, it seems like it's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh. Wait, what was it? Pearl pendant? Increases the power of bullets. Hmm. Yeah, I was doing like the level 1 stuff, but I was doing it as Iron Eye, and I just felt so, I don't know, I didn't even want to like post it. It's like Iron Eye is so ridiculous in Night Rain. Jesus. You want RE9 to be more like RE4 or RE2 remake? I mean, I think it's gonna be more like RE2 remake. I don't think it's gonna be as action oriented like RE4. No, I don't think there's gonna be a merchant in RE9, for example. You're probably not gonna be like upgrading your weapons. There will probably be attachments for your weapons that you can find, if I had to guess. Oh, this place is fucking so confusing to navigate. Everything just looks so similar. It's all just a fucking blur. There was a merchant in RE8. Yeah, but RE8 had Ethan. I don't even know where this is. Poor Ethan, I know, right? Wait a sec, I came... Yeah, I came from here. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so we have the shortcut ladder. I think we're meant to fight this guy. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, well, that's good. See you later, Yui. Thanks again for the sub, man. Did I go up over here before? But you know, we might have been able to upgrade our weapon level. Being able to lifesteal after parrying is crazy. Did I miss the... No fucking way. Oh, that doesn't do very much. I don't know where that ladder shortcut is. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's literally right next to the shrine. I did not realize. Okay, that's nice. Well, at least we found the other item. Because we didn't realize. We could try the super spell. Wow, that did so much. This spell is really good. I mean, I don't have a magic build at all, but that spell can do a lot of fucking damage, actually. Should use magic more. Yeah, but I don't really have that good of a build for it. Like, my magic stat is... Actually, I don't even know if I can see it. Oh, 9. I have 9 magic. I'm using a weapon that scales with agi and strength currently. I don't know if there's... I don't have any other better dual blades. The only weapon I've seen that scales with magic is this astral blade. Top 5 Souls-likes. Probably Lies P, Surge 2, Neo, I guess. I don't really consider Neo to be a Souls-like, though. The new Lords of the Fallen was okay. I don't love it, though. I also don't really consider Kazan to be a Souls-like. Kazan is more like Neo to me. Think I can drop down here? This guy is gonna get away. Of course. Yeah, I'm so glad I only have 4 inventory slots and the inventory doesn't fucking pause the game. I probably should have killed that guy. It's just... whatever, man. I guess we should put that item on our bar. Considering we're getting blighted a lot. Am I gonna speedrun any other Souls games in the future other than Elden Ring? I don't know. Is there an item down there? The chest. What the hell is that chest? Damn. There goes that guy. That's nice. Fuck's sakes. Again, everyone fell off the cliff. KCD 2 or DS 2? Dead Space 2? Dark Souls 2? Death Stranding 2? I assume you're probably talking about Death Stranding 2 though. Darksiders 2? Come here, gentlemen. No, no, no. There you go. Secret letter. Missive detailing the secrets of the rebels, though much of its text is obscured by bloodstains. Lu Wenju has secured the relic and will soon perform the ritual at Zenwu Temple. This concludes my report. I await your command. Okay. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go grab a drink, chat. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, it's the shortcut. Wasn't there actually a bamboo shoot somewhere along here that I failed to get?
Still on my tail, are you? Taste my blade. This is for my fallen brethren. Sever your head.
Parrying is so OP in this game. Nice. Oh. I saw the meter, but what even is it? Oh. I don't even know what triggered that. Was it the enemy? Like, does that enemy just emit AoE Deathblight? Can you have multiple going? Maybe not. Well, not enough resist for that, apparently. Dude, I don't understand. I guess I should have equipped. Why the fuck is it still? What is causing that? That despair? I don't know what's even like affecting me with that. I wasn't even close to the enemies though. Okay, I get... Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. I didn't think I was still getting build up. Dude, what is this area? What the fuck is this? Okay, maybe we should put on different armor. I don't know. Like with better resist or something. Yeah, it's despair. Yeah, this stuff does not have... Alright, we have way more resist now. Hopefully this will help. It should help. Cause we had some bad armor pieces on for the terror buildup. Or death blight, I guess you can call it. That is so fucking annoying. Like, what even is that? Just rocks falling from the ceiling that just fucking kill you? I know. Trust me, I'm paying attention. Really. Well, I'm not getting build up here. Yeah, it must be that thing in the center. Oh, okay, wait, I see them. These weird fucking egg things. Did a lot of damage. The bird creatures that haunt these woods ascended bow people they are. From their hanging coffins they rise, taking to the skies to soar into the forest and gather into settlements. Guided by the enlightened, they erected this altar. Human sacrifices nourish their twisted deities. Intruder beware, heed these words and flee while you still draw breath. Oh, nice. That is very good. Okay. least I'm not dead. Dude, we have 40,000 mercury. Gotta spend this soon. Think about how many years you're the reason I played to Prepare to Die Edition. Yeah, man, time flies. It's crazy to think I've been streaming for like 12 years. Wait a sec, is this... Games for Windows Live. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, that's where I dropped down. Cool. I figured it looped back, but I had to check. You never know. I think Prepare to Die Edition keys are like expensive as fuck these days, from what I remember. I thought I saw an item. I mean, I see the treasure chest. Damn, you do a lot of fucking damage.
My nation. God.
Discovered my channel watching BioShock Infinite. Nice. BioShock Infinite was a fun run. Increases potency of spells while below a certain HP. It's like the spell RTSR, I guess. You know, games need to do, like, I don't know if they... I hate that FromSoft doesn't actually say what effects do, like percentages and stuff. And this game has the same issue. A lot of games have this issue where they just don't say, like, the actual numbers, which is really stupid. For example, I was watching the streamer who's been doing no hits in Black Myth Wukong. Apparently, there's 2 different talents in Black Myth Wukong that both say they increase the duration by a long amount. Like, they say they have the exact same tooltip. One of them lasts 20 seconds. Another lasts 2 minutes. They have the same text. Like, it's so stupid. Yeah, the Twitch algorithm is picking up on my naked body. I'm sure.
Even alone, I shall fight till my last breath. That monster, my inner demon, it's nearby. I can feel its presence. Your timing is impeccable. Come, let us slay that fiend together. Your timing is impeccable. Come, let us slay that fiend together.
Hmm. They're only English dub in this game? I assume there's other languages, but I am not sure. Yeah, that's a good one, Abyss. Hey Griffin, thank you for the 4 months, man. Wait, I have no fucking heals. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Hit by a fucking tree. Dude. Fuck this area. It's turning more and more into a rage game. Bro, what is this run back? Some of the run backs in this game are fucked. I gotta run through this fucking shithole again. I don't think we found any shortcut. Oh wait, is that guy dead now? Oh no, he's... Oh. These fucking eggs that drop on your head are so fucking annoying. Like, the mines in the snow area and now these fucking bombs that drop on your head, dude, what is this shit? Is that a ladder? I don't know. Was there a ladder back there? Maybe. Surely there's a shrine around here, right? Right? Oh, did I kill the guy? Oh, whatever, I think. That's fine.
Child, how did you come to be here? A few days ago, I went to the woods in search of herbs, but I came upon a bird-like monster, seizing people from every direction. These weary bones could not outrun them. They dragged me hither amidst their foul nests.
Surprised you call it a shrine. It's because I feel like I'm playing Neo.
Those who were caught alongside me,
at least with the shrines.
Devoured one by one. I fear my turn shall soon come. Child, my days are numbered. That
Okay, maybe if we kill the bird, we can come back and talk to her.
do not fret for me. Flee while you still can.
Nice. Well, at least it didn't one-shot me. Oh. Oh, we were so close. This has got to be a shortcut. I don't know where, but... Let's see. Oh, it's literally right here. Nice. we were right next to the shortcut when we died. That's brutal. I was kind of hoping they would like fall off the cliff. I should probably level up. About to die to these little fucking clams. Oh no, dang it. Is this a shortcut? Oh. Oh, I guess. Okay. Alright, well, we can level up. Get 3 levels. Nice. Question is, what do we go for? Oh, yeah, we do have enough feathers. Nice. If I get this... Oh, no. Honestly, the move I have right now, I don't like that much. Could try Whirling Fury. Doesn't look that good, though. I guess we could try it. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. You can get Clash on it. I'll try it. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you upgrade weapons in the skill tree. Our weapon is +6. Gonna use the longsword to kill this guy. It'll make it easier. Alright. So there was another pathway back here, though, that I kind of want to go down. Is this the path I was thinking of? I was afraid I was gonna fall down there. Back down to the bottom now. I wonder what bird creature that lady was talking about. I don't think there was any other paths. Unless I'm forgetting, which is certainly possible. Well, I know there's another path back at the refugee camp. Okay, so we can go that way. Is there anything? What was over this way? Did we go this way? Tomb. Is this a boss fight? Wait, weren't we here before? Oh my god, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I am confused about this area. I feel like there's something here. Nice hat, thank you. He did a lot of damage, that guy. Holy. If you do a charge R2 on their back, you can backstab them. It's like Bloodborne. No way. That's so fucking lame. I'm dead. Okay. How's the game so far? It's been good. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, I stopped playing Kazan because honestly, I just really didn't like the loot system in that game. I've said this on my stream like 100 times at this point, so apologize, chat. Maybe this is the bird. Elden Ring Reforged is fun. I'll probably play more after I'm done with this game. Do I see any potential for a speedrun? Yeah, maybe. I don't really know if there's gonna be anything in terms of skips, though. I mean, you can't jump, but maybe there's still, I don't know, just like the physics in this game are really weird. I don't really feel like there's gonna be much in terms of out of bounds or like skips. But you never know. Oh, okay, we can come back up. I left my souls at the other chest. I mean, I have 25k. Are you sure? Wait, the bird. I don't even remember where that was. The big bird that I... The ladder I just passed, that's where I just was, like... Or wait, no. Did I really not pick them up? Are you sure? Oh, you're right. You right. Kazan boss fights were too long. Kazan was fucking hard, man. I genuinely, like, I struggled on quite a few boss fights in that game, and I didn't even beat it. I'm sure the late game fights are even harder. Oh, it's fine, green team. It's all good. Normally, I'm pretty good about picking up my souls, but I forgot. Oh, we got a spell. Final boss of Kazan took you 16 minutes, but you're level 1. Yikes. Yeah, that's fucked. The thing about Kazan is you just get so much like loot that you don't ever use. You like fully explore an area and you get 7 fucking great swords of the bear, and it's like one of them does 2 more damage, and that's every area. The only thing that matters in that game is like the set bonuses, so it's just, I don't know. It just feels kind of bad. Oh, we're back at the shrine. Well, yeah, I would fully explore an area and then come back to the hub, and I would need to sell or dismantle like 100 pieces of armor and weapons and whatever.
The wheel of fate turns beyond our eyes. In this timeless illusion, where does our true path lie?
At last! You've come before me.
Holy shit. She is tanky as fuck.
Be gone! A mere mortal. Thinks to best me?
Damn, she's fucking flying around like Millennia. Okay, well, it's either this fight or the other lady.
At last! You've come before me. Arc and shadow. I shall cleanse all. Starfall! A mere mortal. Thinks
Dude, I
to
just want to
best
get my
me?
I just want to go fucking level up so I don't have to keep grabbing my goddamn fucking souls, dude. Ah, Jesus Christ. One thing that's really annoying is that there's a homeward bone in this game, but the homeward bone causes madness. So if your madness level is too high, you can't even use it. I don't know, it's fucking... bitch dumb.
At last! You've come before me.
I did not mean to return to desktop. Whatever, dude. I need to reboot the game anyways, because I feel like it's kind of running worse. Okay, my Steam... that was weird. Steam was bugging out. Were the companions worth having in the fights? I mean, yeah, probably. It's like summoning in Souls games makes it easier. I like how they put a bomb. Wait. Oh, never mind. Thought that was one of those things that fall on you. Okay, perfect. Dude, we take so much damage, though. Oh, we can get another dual blade level though. I guess we have a lot of demon buff right now. We could go get rid of it. I don't know how much damage it actually makes you take, because it doesn't say. Where do you get rid of the... I don't actually remember where you go to get rid of the buff or the debuff. Is it the Reverend? Are you guys sure it's here? I don't know if you're right. I don't remember. I don't think it's here though. Over the knockdown tree. The statue on the second floor. Okay, now I'm getting mixed information, so now I'm not. What statue? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I'm just blind. Yeah, the two boss fights that I've ran into are both pretty rough, it seems. I don't know if the dual blades are gonna cut it for this fight. I mean, they are good though, because they do... Okay, you know what? Hold on though. We need to... What type of damage do you think she does? Slash? I don't think she does blunt. This armor has like no magic resist though. I'm not sure if she does magic damage. I guess we'll see. Alright, we're good to go. We are battle ready. Is this my first playthrough? Yeah.
The wheel of fate.
No, this is my fourth playthrough.
Beyond our eyes.
Game came out yesterday.
in this timeless illusion? Where does our true path lie?
At last! You've come before me.
Dude, that does so much. Actually, maybe that is blunt. I don't know. Again? And I was too early again. How am I alive?
Be gone! I shall cleanse all! Start full! Be gone! Arc and shadow. Arc and shadow. I shall cleanse all. A mere mortal.
Okay, lady, is that all you can do?
To best me.
Dude, I have a lot of health, but she's still fucking destroying me. I don't, maybe the armor I'm using actually isn't good for her. I wish there was a way to know, like, what type of damage the boss is dealing. I mean, she has a... It could be blunt, I don't... Because armor does actually make, like, a pretty big difference. It's just... I don't really have anything that's super good against blunt. See, she has a staff, yeah, so I mean, that should be blunt, I think.
You've come before me. I shall cleanse all.
I don't know.
Shadow. I shall cleanse all. Arc and shadow.
I wanted to try to punish it.
Start full. Be gone. A mere mortal.
Okay.
Thinks to best
I think you want to
me?
dodge into that, not to the side. Looks like feathering damage. She is feathered up. I have no idea. I have no idea what type of damage she's dealing. I mean, the damage isn't... Like, the armor will help, but just need to learn the fight. It doesn't seem that bad, actually, but she might have a phase 2.
At last! You've come before me. I shall cleanse all! Arc and shadow. Be gone! Start fall! A winged mortal. Let us test thy worth. Start fall!
She is so tanky. Holy shit. I mean, maybe I should be using magic more. Should definitely be using my R2 more.
Be gone!
Oh god.
Oh.
Fuck off. Damn, she's tanky, man. Okay, hold on. We have a bunch of new things that we can mess with, though. We don't even have anything socketed in our weapons right now. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna reset those points, because we can get more, Wait, what is maddening incense? Wait, do we have that? Oh, right. Well, my combo attack kind of sucks. Or by combo attack, I'm not really sure what you mean. I mean, like my weapon art? I haven't found any good weapon arts with the dual blades yet. Alright, hold on. I want to get more temperance charges. But I should be using my R2 more on her. Oh yeah, we can make our flask stronger. And get an extra charge. Oh, here we go. Temperance charges +1. Can we get another one of those? Nice. Okay. We're going for the burn build. Consecutive attacks increase your damage. I mean, that's probably good with dual blades. Let's try that. We still only have the one needle. The status build-up gained from tempering. Oh, that's good. That's definitely good. It gives us damage too. We really need to unlock all the acupoints. Oh, the needles are in the skill tree. Must be really far into it. Oh. Oh. Oh, leech. I see. Yeah, these are probably pretty good. Well, depending on... I wish there was a way to, like, know what the boss is potentially weak to. For now, we're just gonna use the fire. I mean, the fire is good anyways, because... Oh, I need to rest. By sudden strike. Okay, well we have 3 temperance now. 8 flasks. They're also a bit stronger. Our defense hasn't really improved though. I have no idea what type of damage this fucking boss is dealing.
At last! You've come before me.
Oh, we got a backstab.
A winged immortal. Let us
That was good
test thy
damage.
worth.
Oh, the burn is doing so much as well.
Arc and shadow. I shall cleanse all. Start fall. Be gone.
A mere
Dude,
mortal
what the fuck is that
thinks
move?
to best me.
Let me just summon fucking 15 tornadoes. Oh shit. Why you get insanely punished when you have to get up roll? Because you're spamming it and you have to wait for the right timing because the enemies in this game are designed to hit you if you spam roll.
At last! You've come before me.
No way.
A mere mortal thinks to best me.
God dang it.
At last! You've come before me.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck she's doing right now. Okay, you can get a backstab pretty reliably on her.
I shall cleanse all. A wind is mortal. Let's test thy worth. Arc and shadow. Be gone.
Oh, that is so troll. Oh my fucking, you bitch, dude. Can you hide behind the trees? I don't know. You could try. Dude, I was waiting for her to do that move and then she didn't do it, so I went in for a punish and then she did it. Like, whatever, man. Yeah, I know. She was one hit away from stunning too. That's fine though. We don't do that much for post damage. Our damage is better with the temperance. The temperance is like pretty important.
At last! You've come before me. Starfall! A winged mortal. Let us test thy worth. Tempest rage and drown the heavens. Frost's blade. cleanse all!
A mere mortal. Thinks to best me.
I don't use spells because I'm using my Skyborn Might to do instant charged R2s with my blades. I don't have magic buff. I mean, I did a 7,000 damage combo there. Like, I think the damage is okay. Oops. I mean, we're getting the hang of phase 1. Phase 2, she's got some new stuff going on, though. Honestly, I'm glad that the bosses have, like, spiked in difficulty. They were so easy early on.
At last! You've come before me.
Like, that combo is weird. I don't...
Start ball!
A mere mortal.
I don't know if you can double parry that attack or not. I'm not sure if the parry works in quick succession in this game. I could probably summon somebody, but I'm not going to.
At last! You've come before me. Dark and shadow.
Thought she was gonna do the follow-up.
Be gone! I shall cleanse all! Immortal! Let's test thy worth!
You're gonna do the thing, right? She's doing the thing.
Round the heavens!
I wonder if they have like a range limit. Can't even see them. They get stuck in the rock. Oh yeah, maybe.
Dark and shadow. Dark and shadow.
What move is that? Oh yeah, this is the...
Rend the ice! Start ball!
She's like going all over the place.
I shall cleanse all! Dark and shadow.
A mere mortal. Thinks to best me.
God, the heal takes so long to fucking use. I don't need to try anything. I just need to practice the boss more. This is not a matter of my build being bad.
Last. You've come before me. Heaven's stars. I shall cleanse all. Starfall. Let these pests die with one. Be gone! Tempests rage and drown the heavens!
Are you fucking kidding me?
A mere mortal.
Just
Thinks
knock
to
me
best
down and...
me?
Jesus, man. You just get fucking perma-stunned in this game so hard. The boss just keeps going while you're on the ground and then can just like instantly knock you down again. I really do feel like some kind of skill that like lets you recover faster or do like a get up attack would have been nice. So yeah, you were just so... You're so fucking like useless. You just get knocked down for so long.
At last! You've come before me. Heaven's stars.
Okay, we don't want to get too close because she does like an AoE. Oh, they fade away. Alright, nice.
Heaven's stars.
That interrupts you.
Who dares wound me so? Olivia has endured, only to fall by a mortal wing!
Follow up. Oh, she's doing that move.
mere mortal.
Oh my fucking god! It's like I don't know her moveset well enough. It's like if I just commit to the heal, then it would be fine. But I'm like waiting to make sure she. Whatever. It's fine. We'll get her soon. It's just the bosses are so aggressive. At least some of them. Some of them make it so hard to heal.
At last! You come again.
That move is so dumb.
Be gone! I shall cleanse all!
I don't know how you're meant to punish that move, because you can't even parry it. It doesn't let you, for some reason.
Let us test thy worth. Tempest rage and drown the heavens.
That was good damage.
Heaven's stars. Another who dares wound me so. How many have I endured, only to fall by a mortal wit?
Dude, these dual blades are actually fucking shredding.
Mortal.
Like when you start going. Yeah, the dual. So I have a move that makes it so if I have like one of the feather charges, I can do my R. It does like a charge R2 basic. It does this move instantly. And you can just like fucking spam it. It does a lot of damage. Actually really good. Also, I saw the NPC, by the way. I'm just... Okay, maybe I won't kill these guys. Dude, there's so many paths! Holy shit.
Almighty Father in heaven, sins can be forgiven, the flesh restored, for life itself is eternal. Amen. Your feathers
Have you too been touched by the Lord's blessing? No, you still seem clear of mind. Could it be? Almighty Lord, I give thanks for bringing me before your messenger. Messenger.
Yeah, this is the guy the other guy talked about.
What is the will of the Lord?
Buglio.
Am I not devout enough to behold the coming of the Lord? No, you're not his messenger. Jiangxi and Zhong, our sovereign, shall rise again as the Holy Sun, ushering in the radiant kingdom of God. And I shall sprout wings blessed by heaven. You devil! You'd lure me straight into Satan's embrace.
Oh, my bad, dude.
You devil!
Oh, I don't know. There's multiple pathways to go down. I guess we're just gonna have to check them all out. Oh, is this a shortcut at the camp? Oh, jeez. Thought I was dead. Yeah, I got a lot of souls. Oh, we're here at the... Okay, I know where we are. That poppin' though. Okay, was there anything back in the boss arena? Like another path? I could have sworn I saw another path in the boss arena. I was here before, wasn't I? We have like insane amount of madness right now, so we can't homeward bone.
can see.
Oh my god.
I'll sever your head!
Oh boy. Where the hell do I even go from here, man? Oh. Want to get back to a shrine, dude. Oh, we're back here. Okay. Well, let's go to the shrine real quick. I don't really feel like the patch today did anything for performance, but they said, yeah, I don't know. Not really for me. Okay, we have 4 essence. That's good. Oh, that's cool that you get tenacity when you're using the high. This is a good one. We could get some of this. I don't. Not really sure though. We already have acupoints, don't we? I guess there's just multiple. I don't understand. Why is there multiple of it? You get more, what, you get more sockets, I guess? There's a 5 endurance node over here I kind of want to go for. I guess our endurance isn't really as big of an issue with this weapon, though. Oh, there's one right here. Didn't see that. Sorry, I don't know what I'm trying. I don't know where to put my points. I have no idea. I guess I'll just take this agility for now. Yeah, you can parry bosses as long as they have an actual weapon. You cannot parry like fists or maybe. Yeah, I don't know exactly how the limitations of it work. Honestly, the dual blades are kind of growing on me. I don't know. I wasn't liking them that much, but they are pretty quick for triggering backstabs. Like the charge R2, when you have, as long as you have the charge or the feather buff, or the Skyborn Might, then you can just do an instant charge R2, which is like so good. Yeah, these clothes have really good armor rating. True.
General.
Not again.
Being a gent.
No, oh. This guy's fucking sniped. Ah! Mine should result in instant death. Okay, Satan. Greatly increase your lightning damage. I don't even really see what the point of the fucking cannons are. They're so dumb, like... They don't even actually do that much damage. Because Neo had cannons. You might be right, honestly. It's funny, I feel like they took something from like every Souls game in a way. Like the tempering. When you temper... Well, actually, I guess it depends on the tempering animation, at least the normal one. Maybe it depends on the weapon, but when you temper, it reminds me of Liza P with like the grindstone. I mean, it basically is the grindstone. Okay, dude is fucking destroying me. What? You want to eat some pizza? Mm.
General.
I'm actually just like shredding stuff now with these dual blades. I mean, then again, the longsword would probably be doing like really good damage at this point because and the last time I used it, I had way less upgrades. So I'm at +6 now. I've got so much currency to use, like these crystals. Oh, come on. I get so much of these lantern fruits. I would use these consumables more if they actually let me equip them.
General.
Has the game gotten any harder? Yeah, the bosses we've been running into have been a lot harder. The game's difficulty definitely does increase a fair bit, in my opinion, in like the mid game. Okay, there's a ladder to go further up. Not the enemies though. I mean, there's been some difficult enemies, but yeah, most of the enemies are pretty easy to kill. They're kind of just there for XP. This instant charge R2 move is just fucking crazy, dude. Actually so good. There are backstabs. Whoa. Such random traps. Guys are kind of scary. There's a shrine there. Didn't even realize.
When I reclaim the royal palace.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna use some of our currency because we have so much. Might as well. Thing is, I saw Remember over here, there's there's 5 agility over this way. It's kind of tempting to go for. It's also down here. You have to put a fair bit of points in though. No, I didn't get the needles, but the thing is you only use 1 needle at a time anyways, so like, if you ever need it, you just learn it. It's like not a big deal. Like it's kind of a waste of points to like learn all of them. Because we also get feathering. I'm not sure if we do feathering at all, but... We're 1 away. Not sure how much my level ups cost. 20k. Alright, well, +5 agility. We have 30 agility and 26 strength. I mean, look at the scaling from this. +94. It's pretty good. It has no feathering on its attacks, so yeah, I don't think we get anything from it. Hey, Jim Rat, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you very much, buddy. Ah, okay. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. Take a short break. I will be right back. You know what, I'll actually play some ads while I leave. I'm not very good. I should always play ads when I take a break. I always forget. Alright, I'll be right back. All right.
You again?
Lee Dingo.
Who would have thought? Nine-T was cruel to the core. And it only worsened after Father passed. Perhaps his death will bring about some manner of peace. Alas, this was the only way. With N't gone, Sun has taken the remaining soldiers to search for a new place to settle. I had hoped to speak with Liu and Shu once more. dead should stay in their graves, not walk among us. But he's beyond reason now. Yes, I'm one of the rebels too. For old time's sake, let me give you one last warning. This place is nothing like Cloudspire.
Dude, we have so much
Temple's
wine.
packed with elite soldiers. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay. So the thing is, we do also have... You know, I don't know if we keep going here or if we go back. There was another path at the refugee camp. I'm gonna go back there. Oh yeah, this is the shortcut I unlocked. You guys are talking about the bird here, right? Wait, where does this go, I wonder? Huh. Wait a second, have I been over here? Oh, right, there, yeah, okay. I guess that area I was previously just in is gonna, like, loop back. I like this level design. I mean, it can be confusing, but it's satisfying when you, like, kind of work out and you... I don't know. Lies of P is a little too, like, linear. Very much like a straight path. Where is this area I'm thinking of? Oh, I think it's this way. Maybe? Wait, no, oh, man, I'm confused. I don't know. I'm very confused. There was like... It's down... You can get down there. Wait, do you actually just drop off the ledge? Oh, there's just a path. Okay. Yeah, this is the area I was thinking of. But I'm not sure if this is what you guys were talking about. Holy shit. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I've been down there. That's like the rebel camp, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been down there because I don't see any items. Surely I'll be able to get my heal off. Whew. Oh, we got a needle. Temper. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a shortcut, I just don't really... I don't know. Main rebel camp. This is where oh, okay. Wait, so this is where I went... Yeah. This is where I just was. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of like a shortcut here. Wait, wouldn't that have let me skip the boss fight, I think? I mean, I kind of want to go for this agility as well. Can I get any more sword mastery? Dual blade mastery. I can. Damn. +7. Oh my gosh. Damn. We also got a new needle. I think the strength control is... Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, it's 9 damage versus... It isn't shown on the screen. Not sure. I guess we could just have both damage ones instead of the status buildup. Okay, so we have this path, and then we have the other boss fight, which I don't know if that leads to another area. We'll find out, I guess. No coat today. We were using a coat for a little bit. Oh no. That's so fucking stupid that they like the tracking is so bad. It just hits it's where they were running. Not the innocents. Did they not fire the fucking cannon at me? This guy, dude, these cannonballs suck. Oh no, there's a summoner somewhere. Holy, oh, whoa.
My nation. God.
Heroic spirit of the sovereign shall return. The South General commands, bearers of the Lotus Lamps, pray ceaselessly, day and night, without respite. Day and night without respite. Okay. I do feel like it's not running as well here. Hold on. Let me do you have the block on daggers? It's in the skill tree. There's like one skill that lets you deflect with the dagger. Or with the dual blades. What the heck is that? You know, I'm gonna use one of... Oh, I have a full HP restored. There's an item that... Oh, that's awkward. There's an item that grants full... Is that the bottom? Ah, here we go. Plumed branch. Hello, Ghosted Arrow. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you are too. It's been fun just playing through this game. It's not like the game's not amazing or anything, but the boss fights have been definitely getting better. Is that an NPC or is that an enemy? That's an enemy. Oh, we got some headwear. Hey, Patrick, thank you for the 39 months. I play Phantom Blade Zero demo tomorrow. Probably not. I'm enjoying this more than Kazan, but that's just because the loot is more like... I don't know. I'm like such a broken record. I just keep saying the same thing, but still the loot in Kazan, not my fave. And you could drop onto this. Guess you can also just go downstairs though, so there's really no point. Thought I saw an enemy, like another one. Guess not. Okay, my bad. My bad. Oh! Tome of Silver Seeking. Ooh. What is that? Wait, what is that? Did I go over it? Am I... Oh, I did go over it. Solve the riddle of the waters and boundless riches will be yours. Okay, that's great. Oh my god, the fucking lag, dude. I think this area's been like the worst in terms of performance. Oh, this guy saw me. I feel like there's probably a shortcut. Nearby-ish. Maybe a shrine. There's more we need to check downstairs. Don't want to forget that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think we should go back. Yeah, just fucking attack me 15 times in a row and never stop. That's great. That's cool. I should have parried him, to be fair. Oh. Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to kill this guy. Dude, I fucking... these... whatever, man. These bamboo shoots are obnoxious. At least, well, I should have switched to my... I could have switched to the longsword, maybe. Ethereal form, that sounds cool. is fun. I'm totally not getting annoyed by this guy at all. Oh, okay. I mean, the thing is, he's gonna shoot the fucking ice bolts at me if I don't kill him, so... The ethereal form is an auto dodge. Sounds like cheating to me. I'm just kidding, but it does sound kind of OP. The buttons list from the left. It's like 2 buttons. Oh, you. Oh, wait, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't know about that. I never pay attention to that anyways, but I see what you mean. Where did I die? Was it with this guy? Or no, it was after this guy. Oh, here we go. Nice. Oh. I don't know what just happened. Did he just blow himself up? Your elixirs sell like wildfire. If only you could produce more to sate the ever-growing demand. Wonder if the temple might increase its monthly yield. The madam grows impatient. The red mercury shall arrive in due time. Remembrance. I liked Kazan. I didn't like the art style that much. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking about Kazan. If you like Kazan more, that's fine. Damn, damn, that guy got destroyed. And talk to a lady there? Pretty sure she's dead, bro. It was the item, I see. How do you get up to that guy, though? No clue. Like how he just walks over. Oh, never mind. I don't know where he went. Okay, I feel like I missed something though, because how, unless... I feel like there's got to be a way to get up there from below. The buildings don't connect. I forgot to grab that item over there. But it doesn't go up. I don't know, this is confusing, man. That's the shortcut. Hold on, I want to get that item, but I'm pretty sure it's nothing important anyways. But there's no way to get back out on the other... There's no way to get back. Okay, I'm just wasting my time. Sorry, chat. It's a blue item anyways, so... Can't be anything that important. Yeah, go figure. The dude just fucking stands there waiting the whole time. Wait a second, it's not in this room, right? No, no, no. This is a different room. Yeah, there is a shortcut here, though. What is with the run back in this fucking place? This is horrible. Like, is there... I feel like there's a shrine I missed. I really do not understand how you're supposed to get there. Oh, wait, never mind. I see it. Should have just looked up. Oh, hello.
Ah, it's you. Please pay no mind to the blood. It's only from rebel scum and turncoats. Yet, were it my own blood, I'd wear it just as proudly. As long as I can take a few more rebels with me, dying would be worth it.
Yeah, this lady's a little weird. I feel like we have so many health pills. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I'll equip those. Okay, we got another shortcut. Oh, we're here. What the? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna run past because I think I know where I am. What the fuck is that? All right, nice. What else was I getting? I guess we'll go this way. Why is there 2 shortcuts? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but... I mean, I guess it lets you get back to this area if you need to go back to pick anything up. Oh god. Oops. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I should have taken the backstab, 100%. Dude, I dodged, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. I don't know, man. He's gonna die since we used the tempering now. Should have done that the first time. Tempering is so strong. Pay your respects.
Sister, when will Mother get better? Does Father hate us now?
Oh, Temple Elixir. What does that do? Fully restores health and continues to restore health over time. Can you get multiple of that? Probably not. Maybe you can. I don't think so. What the hell is this lever? I don't remember if there's any other path here. Honestly, I don't think so. I think we have to go down and around and then back up. This level is fucking huge. Is that an NPC? Oh, no. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. I was afraid he was gonna knock me all the way down. What about the lever? It doesn't work, my man.
experimentation. God.
The stuttering is pretty annoying though. I wonder if I turn DLSS off if... Or maybe it's frame gen that's causing it, I don't know. No, I don't think so. Four caddies of Cinnabar Worship's Rise shall settle accounts next moon. One load of monkshood, villagers compensated with medicinal formulas. 3 barrels of red mercury from Snowfall Palace settled through a broker. 3 more due next month. I mean, the FPS is okay. I feel like it's not stuttering anymore. That might just be cope, though. Item down the hole. Are you talking about the shrine that you saw? Little elevator place you can walk by the corner, bro. What the fuck does elevator place mean? Are you talking about the place with the lever? Do you mean up above? You better not be fucking wasting my time, buddy. Alright. So what do you want me to do here? Oh. I hate that I can't... Oh wait, I can just fall down. Oh, but I die. Okay, that's cool. Corner, be close to... Dude, what are you... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna try to be nice, but what are you saying? What do you mean corner? Why are you being so insistent on this backseating when you... What are you even talking about? Oh. Wait, no. I think this is what he was talking about, but it doesn't actually work. Well, maybe it works here. No. Whatever, man. There's so many items.
My nation. God.
Can I backstab this guy? If I get a backstab off, dude, the enemies just don't stand a chance. They get just fucking obliterated. Especially if I use the tempering. Which I have 3 of them, so I should probably use them more. Truthfully. Oh, this is... Wait a sec. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know where this is. Cool. Oh, what the? What the fuck? Well. We need a lightning resist. Can I go up? Oh, it's the other way. Wait, why am I even going up? I don't know. I don't need to go. Well, yeah. You know, I was like, what if I just keep spamming my heavy attack? And it actually worked. Secret missive. This arcane art is far more intricate than you can fathom. If you truly wish for the Sovereign's return, heed my command and let reverence guide your every move. I think I have the latest patch on, yeah. That was, I feel kind of gross. The dual blades are actually kind of insane. I wish that we could jump. Don't want to go to work? Just quit your job. Surely nothing bad will happen. Good advice. All right, we actually got a new pair of blades. Thunder's Call. It's worse. Nice. It's apparently, though, using Temperance to buff lightning makes the effect more potent, so maybe that's why it does less damage. We could put them on our other one. What do the abilities do? Brandish the weapons in a unique manner. Maneuver as you strike the enemy. Oh yeah, that's true. I do have the stuff socketed. That's a good point. Oh. Isn't there a shrine in the camp here? Oh yeah, it's right here. Okay, hold on. We need to see. So it's 107, 83, 120. The base damage is a bit less. Oh. You need to match the... Oh, so they both just have lightning now? Okay, so I guess both of them apply. Well, we can try lightning and see what it's like. I will say it seems like the other one is just better, but... maybe with the tempering it's good. Yeah, I actually like the skill tree in this. I think it's interesting. I mean, it's a little overwhelming, I guess, but... Oops. Everybody who I've watched has been using the longsword. But maybe that's just a coincidence. Or like, maybe I don't know. It's... I watched like, checked 4 or 5 people's streams last night and every single one was using the longsword. I mean, not that I can blame them, it's really good. And you can deflect with it. I mean, I've used all the weapons at this point. Holy shit. Okay. 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 Go down, or we can go up. I'm gonna go up first. Oh yeah, I need to try to use the lightning temper. Didn't want to learn how to deflect or parry. To be fair, I killed that guy without deflecting or parrying either. It didn't take me that many times though. Alright, let's see how the lightning is. Did like 5th try with longsword parry. Yeah, when I was fighting that guy, a bunch of people in chat, well, not a bunch, but there were some people in chat that were like, dude, just switch to the longsword, just switch to the longsword. I'm like, I don't want to just cheese everything with the longsword. Okay, well, this connects to the other rooms. I'm gonna go down first. Yeah, magic seems really good, but you have to build for it. Oh God, what is this? That's really awkward. Fine. We are fine. Blood of Chang Hong. Cloud Piercer. Using Temperance to buff Poise Break makes the effect more potent. Is that a longsword? Oh no, it's a spear. Interesting. I will say, I kind of wish that you could change both abilities on a weapon instead of just one. Oh, we're here. Take the leap forward. Oh, we're here now. That's really awkward. Oh. We do not want to drop down there. The item in the corner the guy was rambling about. Yeah, we got it. This fucking guy. Yeah, this place is fucking massive. This has been a long section. We've been working our way through this place for like 2 hours. Temple's secrets may lie here. Oh shit. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go. Okay, we need to remember there's that big invis path. I want to explore over here first though. How do you know it's big? Because we could see all the prism stones. Oh. We were so close to dying there, chat. That status effect instantly kills you. Lucky? Ah, no, that was perfectly timed. There was a man. There's these areas are fucking crazy. So we can. I could have sworn there was another pathway down here. So I could go down in this building. These guys are terrifying, dude. My goodness. Oh, we're here. What have we got in here? Something good, surely? Lost remains. Oh, that is good. Did they just copied Sekiro? No? Not really. Hey, Deadly Crusader. Oh my fucking god, dude. Come on, man. Damn, this place is obnoxious as fuck. I knew something like that was gonna happen too. She's looking at you, Chad. She knows what you're doing. Can I send it back down? There was one Souls-like game I played where they didn't even let you send elevators back down, and it drove me fucking crazy. Like, how could you miss such a simple thing, like such a staple thing from a Souls game? It might have been Lords of the Fallen, I honestly can't remember. That is such a troll enemy, holy shit. Right before the end. I thought the new Lords of the Fallen was okay. It's definitely not like amazing, but it was okay. Oh. Okay, dude. Jesus. Maybe we'll try to get one more level. I think we can pop some... Still not enough? Dang. Oh no, it is. +5 agility. Nice. How much agility do we have? 8 plus 29? It's pretty good. Getting to the bosses is harder than actually fighting the bosses. I don't know, some of the boss fights have been hard. The last one we kind of just stomped. But there's definitely been some tough fights. In the early days of Year 11, thieves infiltrated the Pavilion of Knowledge and absconded with one ancient artifact. One still resides within the temple. Natural phenomena have been reported at the mountain's base, seemingly linked to the artifact. Disciples were dispatched to investigate, yet returned with naught to show. Frightful tales of demon-like beings, half human and half bird, have surfaced. They wreak havoc, killing and drinking the blood of the innocent, instilling terror among the populace. Thunderous sounds emanated from Bai Mansion upon the desolate isle, echoing throughout the night. Following morn, disciples were sent to uncover the cause, only to find the mansion deserted, with Master Bai and his 2 daughters vanished without a trace. The Bai Mansion. Are we going there? Maybe we've already been there.
Where did those pesky Taoists hide their treasures?
Oh, we can upgrade our heals a little bit more too. Forgot. What did I just get? Temple Scriptures. Belongs to the exclusive collection of the Pavilion of Knowledge, available only to a privileged few. Contains the research on red mercury and elaborates on secret recipes for making elixirs and pills. Oh. Cinder Dragon Coil. Oh, it's an axe. That's cool. It has level 3 strength. Using temperance to buff fire makes the effect much more potent. Interesting.
My, you've got quite the knack for sniffing out secrets, haven't you? Oh, me? I used to run with the young folks over at Zhenwu Temple. Just stopped by the Pavilion of Knowledge to dig up some old relics. Oh, those old alchemy books should have been burned ages ago, if you ask me. That would really cleanse the temple. Ah, there I go again, running my mouth. Silly me. You came at just the right time. I've uncovered something rather intriguing. Care to hear it?
Sure.
Here, here. Lend me your ear. Our story continues. The White General, instilling fear in one and all with his mere presence. With his heroic stature and in the wake of his mighty steed, peace fell once more. But alas, how could this once great hero of the ages be forever lost to the annals of history? And yet, his indefatigable spirit prowls as before the vast lands of Shu. Hear, hear, lend me your ear. Chaos grips the land once more. My dear listener, our story told in part, so listen closely still. Now that you've heard my tale, run along like
you know, we have a lot of bamboo shoots. We should go back to the panda.
You hear?
In fact, let's go back to the panda. We just got to a new area anyways. In fact, there's actually quite a bit of like NPCs we can go talk to. I can't remember how to get to the or where to go for the panda though. Was panda in this area? Oh yeah, we have the invisible path. Shit, I need to do that still. I forgot.
Have you any news? Forgive my outburst. The temple's scriptures span generations of knowledge. Now, thanks to you, this legacy lives on. It would be a shame for us to lose it. Now, I must devote myself to these scriptures. Celestial Masters, forgive me for allowing outsiders into our halls. If I brew a cure for the feathering, perhaps I could atone.
Alright. So does anyone know where Panda is? Is he in this area? I really like I remember what the area looks like, but I don't know where it is. It was just like off to in a cave to the side in the start of the game. Is it True Sanctum? Then go down. Is it over this way? I really can't remember. I have no idea where I'm going. Ah, shit, dude, this game is too confusing. Oh wait, yeah, okay, this is the spot. Hi, buddy. He barely sells anything, though. Panda hood. Looking good. Thanks, chat. Thank you for the help.
Hola. What else can I do for you?
Nothing, apparently. This guy should be able to sell us some stuff.
What treasures do you have for me today? A thin drum skin. Soft to the touch. Now that's a rare find. Mayhap from an ancient Shu village? They say that their dead are placed in hanging coffins, where apparently they grow wings and take flight when the time is right. Rumor has it they fly toward nearby forests. Over time, stories of the Great Feathered One began to surface. Whether it's legend or truth, I'm certain that where the Great Feathered One is, treasure abounds. It's only right I come clean, faced with a mighty warrior such as yourself. I have fine goods aplenty. Why not take a gander?
What do you got now? So you just like 2 of these?
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
Oh shit, increase your weapon's blunt attack power. It's 11,000. What about you, buddy?
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Oh, there's a fortune hidden in those waters. A real catch, I'd say. Huh? You've heard the rumors, too. Thieves grabbed what they could and tossed the rest into the depths. Bah, that's all hogwash. If those rebel dogs had that kind of loot, why are they still ransacking temples and butchering folks left and right? I'll scour the riverbed for plunder when I've got the time. If the rumors are true, we'll make a right fortune together. Oh, this is from the Avian Marsh. They say
This
the
guy's
marsh
voice,
is a
man.
graveyard. Starving folk go there looking for food and end up at the bottom of the...
Oh shit, sorry. Whoops.
Hey, you made it. Oh, they say the marsh is a graveyard. Starving folk go there looking for food and end up at the bottom of the marsh. I went in to look for treasures myself, but before I could take a step, monsters dropped from trees to gnaw on bones. Scared the life out of me. I ran all the way back.
Alright, what do you got? Lotus headwear? Ooh, Ghost Warrior. That looks pretty cool.
Come back soon, you hear?
What was it just the... Oh my god, Wait, I bought the... What was the other one that I bought? I guess I can just open this up.
You made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon.
Oh, what the fuck? Leech headwear? Oh. Yeah, you like that, Chad? Oh, it inflicts you with blight. I don't know if it points towards NPCs, does it? Maybe it does point to NPCs as well. I mean, you might be right. But it looks like... Well, it's a red arrow if the shrine hasn't been discovered yet. But if the shrine's been discovered... Like right here, the yellow is pointing right... I mean, it's pointing to the shrine. Clearly. Chat's just making stuff up again. Kind of feels like that. Maybe he's up here. Oh, it's this big open area. I don't know, man. I don't remember. Fuck. He's got to be close by, though. Yellow is for NPCs that want to talk to you? Hmm. I don't know, there is a NPC in this area that wants to talk to me. I do not know where he is. Okay, well, I don't know. We'll come back later, I guess. Guy's somewhere. You don't know either? That's okay. Above the shrine. I don't think you can get above the shrine. All good. Oh, there's a heal spell. It's bugged since you didn't summon him for the bird lady boss. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he might have been... Yeah, he was like right before the fight, wasn't he? Is that the last time we saw him? What do the notes say? Where are we going? Ooh. Oh shit. Oh my god, that build-up was like... You know, it's my bad. I should have backed up and then went into my menu and equipped the one item that I'm allowed to have. My bad for having the knives equipped. I really, if you couldn't tell already, I really despise the fact that you can only have four items in this game. It's incredibly stupid. I hope they change that, actually. At least like add it to the skill tree. No way you didn't say, yeah, I know. I'm just a fucking broken record. While you had depressed, yeah, you just go down and there's more. I'm just being stupid. I wish that was the case. Those winter lanterns, kind of, but if the status effect procs on you, you just instantly die. All right, we can use the feather. Dude, we have 10 heals. That's a lot of frickin' heals, man. Boss battle near? Probably. We've been going through this area for like hours. Ooh, a bird. And this has been such a long section, though. Oh. Wonder if we can upgrade our weapon any further. I assume they go to like plus 10, probably? The plunge attack is so pitiful. And now I'm dead. That's cool. Whoopsies. Our boss is rare. I mean, I wouldn't say they're rare, but kind of depends, I guess. This area has been going on a very long time. There is one boss that we still haven't fought, though. We should probably go back and fight her now, considering we're quite a bit stronger at this point. I mean, it wasn't... I don't know if I would say it was too hard, but I had another area that I could go to, so I was like, I'm just gonna go there.
you've come this far. I'm impressed. Remember, that old fool stumbled into the Pavilion of Knowledge. So, how far do you think you'll make it?
I don't know. All the way. What's up, Pete? Oh my. Oh, it's this shortcut. We're finally here. Man, if there was a way to get through this door, like some kind of skip or some, I mean, I doubt there would be, but if you could somehow, man, you would skip so much. Oh, hold on, we could drop down here. Wait a second, Pete. This is where we fought the electric boss. I guess we were already over here. Oh, there's just this like knee-high wall stopping you. Okay, I see, I see. Yeah, so if you, I mean, if you could get over that tiny little ledge, you would just like skip the entire temple. Well, actually that's not true, because it still takes a bit to get to the lightning guy. Yeah. I'll be honest though, I feel like there's probably not going to be much in terms of skips in this game. You never know though. I didn't really think there was going to be anything in Liza P. Did I update? I think so. I don't know. Well, a lot of the DLC skips came from sleepwalking, to be fair.
Take me.
Anything that makes it unique? Not really. I mean, I guess it has kind of like a PoE skill tree, which I suppose is kind of unique. I mean, Neo kind of has the same thing. It's not exactly the same, but... I'm just having fun. I mean, I don't know. I like Souls. Like, you know, I'm down to play most Souls likes. At least give them a try. Oh my god, chat, I think it's finally boss time. What's this item? Sacred token. Buglio's sacred token, which can be given to can inform him about Buglio's whereabouts. Okay. Not even gonna try. Why are these like all the way at the top? So strange.
Almighty God, forgive me. Cleanse me of sin. Amen. Amen.
All right, one sec. Gonna do a quick little stretch. All right. Angry kitty. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Has an ogre attacks? It kind of does, actually. You know, we probably shouldn't use lightning on it, though. Going great. No, the roll catch. I mean, I do insane amounts of damage. This guy's gonna be dead pretty fast. Dual blades are pretty crazy, actually. I know I said that already, but I didn't like them that much when I started the stream. They are pretty good, though. Oh shit. Wait, phase 2?
Destroy. The disobedient. The cruel.
Yo, this dude looks like he came out of a no trio. Like the human guy anyways. A little bit. Dude, no, wait, what? I used 2 heals there. I had 2 left, and I only meant to heal once, but I guess I somehow used 2. I don't know. I mean, we almost got him still. What? Excuse me? What the fuck is that? He just... Why did that do so much damage? Hold on, does this armor have good lightning resist? No. We do want lightning. Okay, this should help a lot. Okay, that attack right there is so delayed. Hey, Conqueror, thank you for the 54 months. At least the shrine for this is like right next to it. I don't know what that move is. That move is so ingot and a chisel. That was a good fight. The dual blades, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just doing so much damage with them. But I've been using them for a while now, so like my stats are... You know, I was doing a lot of damage with the longsword before, but that was when I was only like +4. Now we have +7. A remnant from the War of the Ancients representing a fearsome power. When combined with other chisels, it forms a complete artifact, capable of increasing the health recovery potency to its maximum from within the repository. Legend claims Zhang... Oh, these names, man. His rampage claimed innumerable lives, his bloodshed birthing only carnage even after his passion. In death, Lu Wangzhu used this object to bring him back, yet reviving the dead only deepens the sins and suffering of the world. Each effect originates from its cause. An ancient object has the power to alter the chain of causality. Enter the dream at a shrine to receive the primordial deity's guidance and continue your journey. The fuck? Okay. Thank you for the 54 months, by the way, Conqueror. Not really sure what I want to go for now. Oh, we can get another weapon upgrade. More damage. +8. Look at that, 100. The scaling is matching the damage of the weapon perfectly. It's beautiful. Okay, well, actually we need to enter the dream. Not sure what it's gonna do. I could have sworn it mentioned something about entering the dream to like change. What was it? Change the causality? Oh, it's not this way.
They slaughtered our people, defiled our temple, all to raise that fiend, Shang Qianzhong, from the earth. But thanks to you, he's back in the mud, forever. At last, vengeance is ours. Now I can rest easy. Master, my brothers, I'll be joining you soon.
Oh, hello.
Didn't I warn you to stay out of trouble, young'un? What business have you at Zhenwu Temple? That Zhang Xianzhong? His sins are countless. Fate should have claimed him long ago. Yet, someone dares to defy the very laws of the universe, trying to breathe life back into that wretch. Try to grasp it, and you'll bring down the wrath of the very heavens. Ah, I know what it is that you're after, young'un. But the time has yet to come. Let me show you the right path.
Okay. Where the fuck am I? Why did he take me back here? I mean, you said this is the correct path, I just don't... Is he telling me that I missed something here?
Of evil.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I missed something here, but I'm not really sure. Unless they wanted me to go down that ladder there. Wanted to see her face. Oh, maybe I have to talk to this
Who
guy.
are you, then? Have you not heard? The Snowfall folk seek women for their taking, and many have already been seized. A medicine peddler came through some time ago. Found no herbs. His wife perished, and his daughter was stolen away. The poor man was beaten within an inch of his life, and soon after he too passed away. I alone tended to his burial. Heed my counsel. Turn back from whence you came. The times are perilous.
We did this puzzle as well. Okay, yeah, I don't know where this guy wants me to frickin' go. Could be fucking anywhere. Kill the lady. I guess she was in this area, right? Honestly, I think you're probably right. It's just, I find it funny that the game decided to teleport me there. Of all places. Snowy passage. This is where I came from before, I think, right? Okay, well this is where the other boss fight was, I think. Yeah, it was here. But he didn't say I needed to go to Cloudspire, he said I needed to go to Hill's Watch, so... I don't know. He didn't say anything about entering the dream. That was after I killed the boss. It was like a tutorial pop-up.
Bride for my little boy. I should have picked. How dare you stain my palace?
Oh, nice.
Hearts fell before my poison. Your doom is now. You walk to your grave. Stay buried.
Dude, the backstab is insane. Oh, shit! That was cool. Whoa.
Mists arise.
Jesus, let me fucking heal! It is kind of like Mesmer, actually, yeah. That was a good attempt. I wonder if she's gonna have a phase 2. Alright, let's send this back up.
Bride for my little boy. I should have picked you.
Okay, lady. Oh my god. The backstabs are insane though.
My poison was in me. I shall not have it spoiled.
What?
How dare you stain my palace?
Did that one-shot me? I should probably put on a different type of armor though. I mean, I do a lot of damage to her. I haven't really been using any of my spells. You think that's... I wonder what type of damage that even is. Magic? Not sure. Oh, wait. Oh, this is new. Junior maid's leggings.
Bride for my little boy. I should have picked you. A backstab? Dude, this riposte damage is gross. I just feel like I'm cheating right now. I shall not have it spoiled.
See what else she can do. Maybe she has a phase 2, you never know. She might. I think we've seen most of her moves. Oh, she just teleported on me. Research journal scrap. Shell cup. Got a spell too. We really gotta try out these like spells. A massive bow and shoot 5 thunder arrows. Ooh. Oh, I think we already used that one actually. A legion of insects that split into multiple groups scattering in all directions deals feathering damage and causes corruption buildup. Hmm. You can't really do spells only. Well, maybe you can. I think there's a way to like generate the feather charges like over time or something. Oh yeah, there's 5 endurance here. We should go for that. We have a lot of madness. Okay, well, there's another pathway now. At least I think. Maybe this might just lead back to like a previous area. Never know. Fuck, what did I just get? Oh my god, I did it again. It's like a paper or something. Oh, here we go. Bloodied paper. Find shears the smithy's forge for my sister. Then off they trot to the bustling tavern. Rest, my dear, she whispers to me, yet here I must linger deep down in the cavern. Alright, well, time to go down to the cavern. Dream thing was? No. Yeah, the recent items tab on Elden Ring was a really good idea, for sure. It's interesting that there's just these two different areas completely. What are my thoughts on the game? I've been playing it a ton. I mean, I really like it. I think it's fun. It's not like the best, you know, it's not better than Souls or anything, but it's good for what it is. It's fun Souls-like. Oh, Jesus. Hold on, sorry, let me put my lantern on. It's kind of dark. Did I kill a panda? No. No. Of course not. I'm doing so much damage with the dual blades now, it's fucking crazy. I mean, it is because we have so much like strength and, I mean, we have 40, almost 40 agility, nearly 30 strength. Where'd the lantern come from? Can't say I remember. seems like a lower level area than the one we were in. Oh. No, I didn't mean to pick that up. God damn it. Of course, he just... Yep, he just fucking keeps going, dude. You fucker. I knew I should have waited. The enemies do it. I will say, they did a good job of making the enemies punish you for healing in this game. Like, the enemies are no joke. Well, some of them, I should say. And some of the bosses, too. Interesting. There's more stuff down there. Let me turn on my fucking lamp, dude. Have a good night, Split. Oh shit. Again. Used mortar. Shell cup. Cool. Okay. Shortcut door. Is this where the door we saw before? Yeah. Nice. Oh shit. I'm gonna go the other way first. Yeah, I don't know. Mortal Shell's okay. I wouldn't say it's my top recommendation or anything. Mortal Shell 2, however, that game might be pretty dank, actually. Honestly, dude, I don't even know what I just clashed everything there. We're just going in a circle, right? Let me go this way. Oh. Okay, ladies. Settle down. What? Oh, it's just the same one over and over. Didn't realize. Oh my god. Okay, well, we're out of heals. Wow. Don't roll away from these guys. Ooh. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Well, an extra heal. I guess we're gonna be able to get up to like 15 heals, maybe. That's so much. That's so many, dude. Already have 11. I think I went down this way, right? That's fucked up. Okay, well, last time I fell down there, let's... What was that? Okay. And if you want to walk away, I don't mind. Oh, okay, we're back here. Okay, so this has gone in a loop, but we do still need to go get our stuff back and try to kill those enemies down there. That was probably not my finest choice. I thought I might be able to kill the big guy before I died, but I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that was a little scary. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're in the lower area that I saw. Bride? What? Bride something? Oh, there's a shrine. I need my lantern on again. Okay. There wasn't any other pathway here, right? Or actually, no, there was. Yeah, I could go here.
If you're here, the bridge must have been lowered. Oh, and what of the old hag? What happened to her? Dead. Huh. How I wish I could have been the one to end her life. It was for Master Bai's sake that I let you leave unscathed last time. Now you need to do something for me. Deal with the guards outside. I'll escape on my own.
Examine the marks. Oh my god. I'm a little overwhelmed. Okay, let's examine this. Dragonfish pendant. Increase your max stam.
What is it? You've upheld the Bai family honor. I'll stay here for now, since Snowfall Palace has fallen. Our debt is settled, but next time
Oiled dragon pendant.
don't expect any mercy.
Power of weapon skills. Oh. Got the warrior jar shard. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going this way, but there's another pathway. I think there might be 3 pathways that I can go down, or at least 2. There's definitely 2, unless this area loops back with the other area that I was looking at. Oh, it might have been above. Remember the secret room? Yeah, kind of. Oh, we're back at the top. Oh yeah, wasn't it this way? Oh wait, maybe not. Oh. Oh no, this just goes back down here. Mad Doctor's Mask. Oh, I'm so confused. I mean, like, I kind of know where I'm... Well, I mean, I don't know where I am right now. I'm trying to map everything out, and it's just... There's so many different paths. It's crazy. There's like 3 different paths I'm trying to keep in my mind. Okay, well, that goes somewhere. We can actually get back here, though. So many doors that don't open. Shit, I didn't see what that was.
Bride, your services are
That would have said mad scientist notes. Ah, yes. It details the gruesome process of assembling limbs to create their bride. Snowfall Palace rose to power through the wealth gained from extracting and trading red mercury from their mines, which also fueled the Mad Doctor's experiments. The secret technique, however, seems to have come from a long-lost notebook found in Snowfall Palace. You've got to be kidding me. There's like 2 points of no return. Maybe I can actually get back if I drop you. Oh, wait a sec. Does this... Oh, okay. Never mind. Damn, he's smacking that ass. No kidding. Might be a shortcut, hopefully. Oh, yep, I think so. Okay. Yeah, it would have been nice if there was a jump in this game, but it's not the end of the world. Honestly, the main thing I want to jump for is for speedrunning purposes, because you can jump that allows you to... Okay, you know, I thought the boulders were done. I don't think there's anything there. end of the path. I don't think so. I don't think so. And parry the boulder with my tool blade. I would rather not try that. Crimson Pendant. Your weapon's feathering damage. Yeah, we don't really do feathering damage. Oh, is this back where the gate was? Aha. Is there an item up there? Is there a bird? I don't care. Birds aren't that important. The bird gets to live. It was probably that one you guys were talking about. Shortcut? Nice. Where's this one? I don't know, let's just keep going. Still have 6 heals left, so it should be fine. Oh, hello. What's up, bro?
Indeed. There's something peculiar about this shaft.
What
Now,
shaft?
The madam has a son, Huang Chen. The decorations you see were meant for his wedding. Alas, it's said the bride-to-be was tormented to death, poor soul. Though earlier, I thought I heard a woman singing. Have you found any clues? No wonder. There once was an ordinary workshop here. But that was before it got turned into a place for refining red mercury. I see. There's more to this than meets the eye. The writings cover how to mine red mercury and use it to create terrifying creatures. No wonder Cloudspire grew wealthy so quickly. I don't understand. How could the dead ever rise again? And as monstrous beings, no less. No, something must be missing. The notes don't explain
Fighting the
everything.
game, save your progress after a long day. I don't know.
Did you take this from the madam?
Oh, we got 2
Although
things
the
to give
notes
him.
are incomplete, I see that they mention Ferry Overlook, and also your and Bayou's old home. So, the bride did die, but was then brought back to life? Perhaps that chisel from your home can bring others back too. 4 strange objects, devouring their bearers. It wasn't just madness speaking. So, there are 4 of these objects? Or maybe it takes all 4 to complete the relic. We should return to the Bai Mansion. We might find clues to the whereabouts of the missing ones.
Return to the Bai Mansion. Alright, don't forget that, chat. Be enough, right? Alright, more endurance. Nice. Oh, we need to rest. I always forget. Okay, wait, we're back. I'm so confused at how all this... Because I've been to this shrine. But there was other pathways I didn't go down. Okay, wait a sec. We went down... Oh.
Sisters are. Sisters will stay. Sisters from birth. Sisters till grave. Smithies they are. Scissors they'll make. A tool for us to help us escape.
Oh, damn. He's tall.
You're my sister. Is it you?
Well, my build is so busted. Yeah, I feel kind of OP sometimes on these boss fights. I feel like there's a faster way to get where I want to go. Yeah, there definitely is, because there's the elevator right here. We gotta wait. There was a shrine up here at the top, right? Dude, I could have sworn there's like one more path though that I didn't take. Or actually, no, maybe the path I'm on right now is the one I'm thinking of. I don't know. I still feel like there's a path I didn't take though. Like this bridge at the mid-level, I think we still haven't gone there. But I could be wrong.
You're my sister. Is it you?
I mean, I do insane amounts of damage to her. Maybe she has a phase 2, but I feel like I could just kind of brute force the fight down. I'm trying to actually parry stuff, though. Being able to backstab the bosses is kind of ridiculous, I will say. I feel like speedrunning this game is just gonna be like backstabbing the shit out of the bosses, probably.
Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
Let the destruction commence. Shit. I'm glad there's a phase 2 though, because yeah, that... With how much damage I was dealing, I feel like there had to be a phase 2. Oh god. It's a long neck. Ooh. Thank you. Alright. At least we got the drill off. It doesn't do much damage. Oh. Why do I even try? Daggers are terrible anyways. Gonna charge again. Nice. Oh! We got new daggers. My build is too broken. A remnant from the War of the Ancients representing a fearsome power. When combined with other chisels, it forms a complete artifact, grants access to the benediction menu. Wang Yan, the Madame of Snowfall Palace, sought to mold Fengling into the perfect bride. Unaware of the object's dark origins, he was transformed into a monstrous being. Those who meddle with forces beyond their grasp inevitably pay a steep price. Oh yeah, it's showing me this again. Why are these tutorials popping up? That's so weird. Yeah, the dual blades are kind of crazy. I thought they were kind of bad at first, but no, they're pretty fucking good. I feel like all you need on the dual blades is, it's what makes the dual blades so good, in my opinion, is this one skill, which I think you get it pretty early on. Well, the clash is good, but it's oh yeah, it's this one right here. You can consume 1 stack of Skyborn Might to quickly strike with charged heavy dual blade attacks. The charged heavy attack on the dual blade hits, I don't know, like 5 or 6 times. And as long as you have a charge of that, you can just, like 1 stack, you can just frickin' do the combo over and over again. Like you can, I can show you guys. You can like R1 and then do the combo, and then R1 again and then do the combo. So you can just like chain it. It's so fast. Oh, hello.
The stars are in your favor, young'un. I'll be waiting for you in the cave behind the Zhenwu altar.
Okay, well, hold on, man. Right, we fell into this place. Okay, sure.
I'll be waiting for you in... The unending cycle of cause and effect has you wrapped tight. This land is no longer as it seems. A power beyond your comprehension awaits. Go any further, and you may never return.
Where the hell am I? Bamboo path. Last boss? I don't know. It kind of sounds like that. It says you may never return. There was like another... Oh, wait a sec. This is... Okay. I think maybe we do need to go forward, because I mean, I guess there's some people we could talk to still.
Allah, what else? God has the power to bring the dead back to life. Why can't Bulio understand that? Oh, almighty and merciful Lord on high, extend your grace to those who have wandered from your path. Imbue them with your divine power and guide their steps, that they may find their way back into your eternal embrace. May the light be forever with him. Amen. May the glory of God guide you, and may your sins be washed away. May the glory of...
Okay.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. Your skills are impressive. I never imagined that old hag would get what was coming to her. Madame Huang ruled Shu with an iron fist in Snowfall Palace's prime. I suffered under her hand too, and never had dealings with her again. Legends say, once filled with spirits, this shell cup never runs dry. It was one of Madame Wang's most prized possessions. Ah, but now it is mine. Well, such is the way of fate. Oh, this shoe silk. Rare to find in Worship's Rise. Oh, now I remember. This fan belongs to Fangling, Master Fang's daughter, doesn't it? Master Fang used to be a merchant at Cloudspire. We did some business together. We were well acquainted. I heard his daughter was taken as a bride by the Madam of Snowfall Palace, and she was never seen again. Oh, the Madam of Snowfall Palace is dangerous. I fear poor Fangling's fate was sealed the moment she stepped into those walls. Oh, good heavens! This... Has anyone else laid eyes on this? In better times, I wouldn't dare touch it. But now... well... desperate times call for desperate treasures. The rebels looted countless treasures from the Shu Manor, sinking what they couldn't carry to the river's depths. Oh, I mourned the loss of those treasures. To think you'd bring one to me! Fate works in mysterious ways.
Alright, what do you got for me, dude? Silk wraps. Looking good. Alright.
Hey, you made it. You've been to the shaft. And still you live to tell the tale? Nothing short of a miracle, I'd say. Someone once let slip that it was full of treasure. Ha! Well, I figured I'd see about that. Yet its mirror traps nearly had my head.
Terror Clam Hood. Golden Lotus.
Come back soon, you hear?
There's still like one more NPC here. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Where the fuck is this guy at the avian dwelling, dude? Does anyone know? Oh, there's somebody in Cloudspire City as well. Oh, and some people at the temple. Oh yeah, the guy said to go back to Bai Mansion, you're right. I feel like there was other paths that I forgot about now too, that I wanted to go down.
The rebels, they pillaged our sacred temple and they slaughtered many of our brethren. Had I been there, I too may have been unable to escape. But now, justice has been served. They met their end, and deservedly so. But now, justice has been served.
There's somebody else we can talk to here. I don't know if they're in the temple or... Anybody up here? NPCs never admire your outfit. Maybe there's some interactions where, like, if you're wearing the right armor set, they'll have unique dialogue. New boss weapon? Oh, the daggers? Scales only with agility. Damage isn't that much worse. I kind of feel like the daggers we have right now. Well, what's the move on it? The default move. Yeah, see, I think what makes the daggers so crazy is that it's these two sockets plus the combo force. It's like consecutive attacks increase my damage. If a nearby enemy suffers burn, your weapon gains increased fire attack power, and then if a nearby enemy suffers burn, you gain increased damage and Skyborn Might. So it's like, I don't know, it's crazy. Also, set effect. You need, like, I never even realized that there's a set effect. It says 1 out of 3. You need, like, bandit armor on or something? I have no idea. No, that doesn't count. You unlock the... I've had the benediction menu, like, since the game... I think the tutorials have just been bugging out, chat. Because we've had benediction, like, the whole time. There's still one more person to talk to here, right? Is that like a kid? Where is that person? Oh man, I wish I remembered better. Can use it without the shrine. I'm not sure how. Are you sure it's not just bugging out? Oh, maybe here?
You've got guts. Well, turn back while you still.
No, I don't think it's somebody behind. I don't. There wouldn't be a picture if it was somebody behind the door. From the main temple, go right. Like here, where the tree is? Oh yeah, I remember. Why can't I talk though? Wait, do I actually... Is there a way to actually get up next to them? Oh, maybe from... Maybe from up here? You might have to drop down from like the upper area here. Maybe not. I don't know, man. I don't think you can get through it either way. Oh, wait, what? It's not even showing him anymore. What was the point of that? I don't... Whatever. Sounds like I'm not having fun with the game. I'm just confused because I'm trying to find an NPC, man. I thought this is who we were supposed to talk to, but... Is there an item that just you lose all? I think there's one where you lose all your mercury, right? Oh, you have to actually use it from here, I see. Okay, I don't know why it's showing the NPCs if they're not gonna say anything, unless it might be the same thing with this guy. Also, the guy said we should go to what mansion? I don't even think we have access to that. Buy mansion? I mean, we don't have any... Maybe that's where we're gonna go? Went the wrong way again. Whoops. Okay, well, I want to explore this area first before we talk to that guy. This game is pretty long. Oh, it's Panda! Well, we have a... You know, Panda doesn't really sell that much. I'm just like you, buddy. I feel like I've been down here before. I don't know, man. This game is this game is confusing, dude. I think the level design is good too. It's definitely confusing, that's all. I don't know, man. There's another path I gotta explore. I don't know which is like the long path and which is the short one, you know? Denwu Temple is under siege, our very existence hangs in the balance. Disciples heed this urgent call, return forthwith to defend our hallowed grounds and preserve our Taoist heritage. Okay, well we can grab this. See, what I'm so curious about is like that guy was offering to teleport me, but we can still like explore. Yeah, I've been streaming a lot. I'm gonna be going out of town for like 4 or 5 days soon, so I do want to make sure I can beat this game before then. I think it'll be fine though. Not leaving until Monday, I think. Either Sunday or Monday, I think. Going to LA for like a game event reveal thing. Can't say what game it is, but like a sponsored opportunity. So it'll be cool. I'm just hoping I don't get sick. Maybe I'll do like an IRL stream when I'm there or something, but we'll see. I will also have my laptop. Oh, Jesus. I will have my laptop, so I could potentially like stream at the hotel or something if I really wanted to. I would need to make sure to bring like a mic though.
General.
Anyway. Be careful of ice. Are you talking about ice, Poseidon? Oh, there's an item there. Okay, all of this. Well, I mean, we got a spell. I guess this is a dead end, though. It's a shame. We're not really using magic at all. I probably should try to use it. It's just I don't have any I don't have any magic. Magic buff. Go back to the place where you fought the boss that you freed from prison. I don't know. The area with the invisible bridge. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I don't know about the prison thing though. And then this is the way, but this is the start of the area, which I don't think there was any paths we missed here. Okay, yeah, now we're back here.
The unending cycle of power beyond. Go any further, and you may never return.
I mean, what happens if I press continue forward? And I guess he means...
The unending cycle of power go any further, and you...
I don't know. I don't think he's gonna teleport me. Or maybe he is. I don't want to do it. Create a backup save. It's not like it's doing that isn't going to make him. It's not going to reveal some like secret boss. It's just going to teleport me to some random place in the game probably where I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Just gonna go back to the shrine down here. Also, want to trade? Thank you for the 19 months, buddy.
General stands before you! Your treachery ends here, you son!
Holy sh... I'm just cheating with these dual blades at this point. A letter. Father slaughtered wantonly through. Oh, okay. I like how it just scrolls the text automatically. Though I may not condone his deeds, my station prevents me from voicing such thoughts openly. Lu Wangzhou began aiding in Father's resurrection. I pleaded for him to give up such foolish notions, but to no avail. Father now lies buried beneath the earth, yet the guilt of our battle weighs heavy on me. But what's done is done, and peace will come in time. Take this blade, heroine, as a gesture of apology. If fate permits, our paths may cross again. Gave me a weapon. The Serpent Fang. It's agility and feathering. Honestly, the thing about the dual blades seem insane because, like, so for those who don't know, this game has a mechanic called clashing. Basically, if you swing into the enemy, your swords will clash and you'll take reduced damage and you'll kind of like poise through. So you can, you know, with the dual blades, you're attacking so fast that it feels like very forgiving to clash. Now, I don't know, I think you can only clash with an enemy if they actually swing a weapon. So, you know, it doesn't work for every boss. I was gonna say, I'm gonna fucking fall, but I can't see shit. Hey, Wraith, thank you for the 8 months. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oops. Oh, it's that It's that NPC guy. Illegal deeds flourish at Fairy Overlook, a hideout for smugglers and slavers. Their vile actions poison our community, corrupting all they encountered. Citizens remain ever vigilant. Trust not the sweet-tongued deceivers that linger at the docks. Hey, Terror Pit, thank you for the 6-month resub, man. And Wraith, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you, guys. Can I? Oh.
Well, well.
Oh, it's the boatman.
Aren't you a vengeful little thing? Off to cross the river, are we? No use trying to stop you, is there? But don't come back crying when you start regretting. There's a nasty demon in that old mansion on the other side of the river. Even devoured the official named Bai. It's tied to you somehow. Though you still have time to turn back. Oh, still determined, are we? Looks like fate's wheel keeps turning. Whether we
yeah,
like
buy
it
mansion.
or not. Oh, take the boat. If you're set on it.
Maybe you
Just
skip buy mansion
it
if you
back
talk
in
to the
one
old
piece.
guy.
If you make it back at all.
I don't remember what his fucking name is. Also, this guy's got like the Joker mouth. Where'd my money go? So you can...
After the death of our foster father, Ai Nengqi and Liu Wenxiu led their troops here, bringing nothing but destruction. Now they lie in the ground. Dingguo and I will head to Yunnan and rebuild our forces, just as father wished. I must follow Dingguo now, until we meet again.
Until we meet again. How did he know where the boat goes? Because he just talked about it. The boatman talked about it. Tiger Pendant. Potency of your weapon's physical attacks. That seems good. Not the same outfit as yesterday. I mean, this is a pretty good one, though. We did also get some new stuff, though. We also got... the maid's garment. Mistress of the Night. Oh, it's got the... What is this? It's like a snow fox. We've got a panda on our head and a fox on our shoulder.
There's a nasty demon in that old mansion on the other side of the river. Even devoured the official named Bai. It's tied to you. Oh, still determined. Oh, take the boat.
Yeah, so I think this is an optional area. I think you can skip the mansion
just
if you want
bring
and
it
just
back in one piece.
maybe talk to
If
the
you
old guy.
make it back at all.
All right.
Rivers of old embrace our native shore, where memories of horror linger evermore. Echoes of the remnants still haunt this plain. The silent tears of blood fall like rain.
Is there any shrine here? All right, well, hold on, Chad. I'm going to... I'm going to take a short break, but before we do that... we are going to do a quick bounty, quick little Twitch bounty, and check out the Neja 2 trailer from A24. For you guys on YouTube, well, whatever. I don't know if I said it right. Oh, it's an English language version of the film.
You are my son.
Time to cut you down to size! He's not exactly your average kid.
Is this the top grossing animated film of all time? I don't know. Is it?
You must be brave.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I've actually heard of this movie before, but...
I will change my destiny!
Do you get paid for showing this? Yes.
Wait! Before you leave, will you give your mama one last big hug? Come on, don't watch it.
I'm just doing this for fun. Oh, no, not the DK rap. All right, so yeah, this movie comes out on August 22nd, chat. Do you get paid for watching it? No, sorry. Oh yeah, the Chinese language version was the highest grossing animated film ever worldwide. Dang. Featuring the voice of Michelle Yeoh of Everything Everywhere All at Once. Are you actually sponsored for this? It's just a Twitch bounty. Whatever, we can watch the trailer one more time.
demon. You are my
Well, we
son.
need to watch and talk about it for a specific amount of time, chat. That's how Twitch bounties work. So we'll watch it one more time.
You must be brave and walk your own path.
We will change my destiny!
So angry.
Wait! Before you leave, will you give your mama one last big hug? Come on, don't watch it.
All right, chat. Yeah, August 22nd. Check it out. In theaters everywhere. All right. Anyways, back to the games. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a break, actually. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get a drink. All right. Paper pinwheel folded by Bayou. On her birthday, I shall craft one to bestow upon her.
Ah, WUCHANG. Right on time.
That's me.
I've uncovered new clues. Do you recall that chisel from your former dwelling, before your memory faded? That chisel. I believe it's a treasure from Zhenwu Temple. But how did such an item end up in your home? We must delve deeper to uncover the truth. Take this. An old boatman at the docks gave it to me. He said it could help suppress the feathering. He seemed to know me well, like we were old friends. But I don't recall ever meeting him. I've tried it. It seems harmless, but be cautious. If anything feels amiss, do not use it. I shall continue my search here. Look around. It may help jog your memory. If you find yourself in danger, call out to me.
Oh, my mic's muted. Did he give us the elixir? I think he did, right? Just yapping away. Why not face camming anymore? I don't know. I haven't used face cam in a while. I just don't feel like it. Broken pinwheel. Recently disturbed, a faint aura of a chisel still clings to the area. That didn't sound very nice.
Brother. I...
The treasures of Senwu Temple are mine, yet my wife, lost in the throes of childbirth, our son resurrected as a monster. My beloved daughters disappeared without a trace. I have failed my ancestors. I vow to eradicate this abomination, offer my life as penance. The name of Bai shall endure untarnished. Tarnished. An ivory belt token engraved with a name and title. While it symbolizes status, it also serves as a conduit for power. Bai Tingzhao sought only to serve his nation, yet he was manipulated by those in power, leaving him consumed by obsession. Oh shit. What the? Man, he's tanky. No. He doesn't do that much damage, though. Monstrous toddler. I feel like the fight was pretty, like, he really didn't do that much damage. That wasn't bad at all. Scrap 2. Ivory seal. Attack pattern reminded me of a toddler. That was pretty easy. I mean, he is a toddler after all. Echo a by crew. There's so much cool magic in this game, though. I do kind of want to try. Like the magic does seem fun to mess with. I mean, we could always respec to the one-handed sword, I suppose. Alright, well, we can go back to the main hub. I guess maybe we can also talk to the guy that was at the start of this area. You know what, this Blade Master one is probably like really good too. Yeah, it's just like a self buff that makes you heal when you clash with an enemy. I like the game a lot. I do think it's a little, the balance is, I don't know, the balance is a little all over the place with this game. But yeah, I've definitely been enjoying it. Yeah, that fight was pretty easy, I will say. He just didn't do that much damage. I'm surprised. I don't know if my armor is just really good or what, but considering that's like an optional area, I guess I kind of assumed he would be a bit more threatening.
When I resided at the temple, I heard tales
it's an early game boss? Oh, is it?
Longed for a son to continue
because he was
his
really
lineage.
tanky.
When one was finally born, fate cruelly tore him away. At some point, a priceless relic vanished from the temple. There were whispers that official Bai had a hand in its disappearance. No wonder the temple dispatched so many disciples each year since then, ostensibly to exorcise demons. It was all in search of that lost artifact. Well, if that really is the case, I wonder what it is.
Have I thought about
that makes
speedrunning the
this
game?
Lost relic
Maybe.
so extraordinary.
Oh, you know what? I think we can get some upgrades to our, like, flask, and maybe we can upgrade our weapon once. Is there any... Can I even improve the weapon further? We have all of the mastery points, I think. Oh no, you can... There... Oh no, this one can be leveled up. Need one more radiant feather, though. Yeah, there's been a few difficult bosses, for sure.
What treasures do you have for me? This ivory seal is exquisite. You know, there's a tradition in Worship's Rise. When a child is born, the parents commission a token to ward off evil and misfortune. I remember this one. It was made by Governor General Bai for his son. They say the child was born frail. Poor Governor Bai sought every cure under the sun, to no avail. Later, I heard from the old Taoist that the child passed away. This ivory seal became a symbol of misfortune. Oh, but I don't mind, especially when there's profit to be made.
Wait, what did that even unlock for me? Oh, this one, I think. The Kylan pendant. Well, we don't even have blunt damage, but...
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
Hey, you made it. Got some news. Come back soon.
All right, well, we got a few different people we could talk to.
So, did you uncover anything? By crew? That abominable monster? Your brother? Another victim of this twisted resurrection. The resurrection failed. And that's why he became a monster. The object must have been incomplete. To save Bai without turning her into a monster, we'll need all 4 pieces. As for the rest, I have some leads. Trust the investigation to me. WUCHANG, The stakes are much higher this time. Proceed with caution, and be wary of whom you trust. Stay safe. Will you? WUCHANG, the stakes... Stay safe.
Okay, oh man. I'm a bit confused as to what's going on with the story. Because he said we can save Bayou, but did we not just kill Bayou? Or am I being dent?
Back so soon, little girl? Well, satisfied now that you've slain that demon with your own hands?
That was by crew. Oh, okay. I see.
Extinguished by their own blood. All right, all right. Teasing you's lost its fun, girl. Now, off you go. When you're ready to return to the root of your cycle of death and rebirth, come and find me. Hmm?
Increases the power of throwables. Strength and agility. You know, I gotta say, the dual blades that we have are like so... They have such crazy scaling. Level 5 agility scaling and level 2 strength scaling. Like nothing else is even... No other weapons have nearly as good of scaling. Well, I guess this one's good. It's 2 and 4. This is a total of 7. I guess this one's also 7 total. It's not as good though.
Now.
I don't know, maybe we should switch weapons and try something else. I mean, I do really like the dual blades now. They've definitely grown on me. I mean, we've experimented with pretty much all the weapon types. I'm kind of curious DPS wise though. I mean, the longsword was like really good too. Have you put rocks on the thinner one? The thing is, the benedictions are shared. Like if you have them equipped on... If you have them equipped on one weapon, they're equipped on the other weapon. If that makes sense. Or not the benediction, sorry, but the other stuff. Like the tempering, I mean. The tempering is applied to both weapons. Or like all weapons, I guess, even. Longsword would have struggled in some of those fights. You might be right. I mean, honestly, the speed of the dual blades is pretty dang nice. Where's this NPC? I thought he was by the shrine. Maybe not. Maybe not. The axe weapon swap ability. Yeah, I haven't really been I'll be honest, I haven't used the weapon swap. Pretty much like at all. Oh wait, I see a second... Wait a second, is he... There's a marker pointing. Is it beneath me? Because there's an arrow on the compass that points towards the NPCs. I guess. Wait a sec, did I ever go up this ladder? I probably did. I don't know. Let's go see. You skip talking to NPCs to rush to beat the game. I wonder if there's like a true ending in this game though, because it seems like there's a lot of... it seems like there's... Oh, we're here now. I have no idea where this NPC is. Well, that was pointless. I don't know where I'm going. Like, where is this fucking guy? There's this other guy in Avian Dwelling as well. The other door. Wait, is that just the... Oh, wait. Is that just the... Is that the guy that's telling me to, like... Or to go forward or whatever? Okay, well, I guess we do just have to go forward now.
The unending cycle of cause and effect has you wrapped. For power, go any further, and you may never return.
I assume we should just go forward, because I mean, I don't know where else to go. I mean, we already did the buy mansion area. I don't think there was any other path to take. I don't know. Does anyone know? Is this gonna like lock me out of something if I do this? Or should I just do it? It'll just change one area? Yeah, but I already did that area. Proceeds the story but changes the first area? Oh, okay. Well, I don't think there's anything else for me to do at the Shoe Temple, though, is there? Or maybe there is. I feel like we've done most of the quests, but... I wish I was better with the names of characters in this. It's hard for me with the names. It's just... We've been... The only other NPC that the game has showed me on the map, or on my teleport list, is the guy... There's like one dude at Avian... There's one dude at the Avian place. I guess that's the only thing I would want to make sure. Like we don't have NPCs anywhere anymore except for the one guy at the Avian dwelling, but I could never find him. I mean, you could say NPC names, they're just probably not going to mean anything to me because I don't remember them. Does anybody know where this fucking guy is? Because I don't have a goddamn clue. He's in the temple? I don't think he is, because the map isn't showing him there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Take the other fallen tree from the shrine. Pretty sure I already killed him though, or I don't know. Oh, wait a sec. Over this bridge here? I remember there was something here, but I couldn't... I don't think I could do anything with it yet. But yeah, there was like nobody here last time. Oh, shit. I see him. Or wait, I think?
You have aided me in accomplishing my wish. I led a contingent of soldiers against these monsters. Although I pried a divine treasure from their dying claws, none who followed me lived to see the light again. The relic reawakened the general and his warriors, but their minds were gone, lost to the abyss. Their struggle is over now, and they can finally...
Yeah, I forgot about this area, chat. I remember I came here and I was like, why is there's no boss here? Discern the truth and we shall speak again. Oh, is this like a late game? Like you have to come back here after like...
Discern the truth.
Yeah, I guess it's like after the final boss then. Well, maybe it's good that we talked to him beforehand. Yeah, it's definitely a boss fight, but I don't think you can do... I don't think you can do it right away. Yeah, I remember the lady who was in the... There was like a lady in the tent who asked me like to defeat the bird or whatever, right? The problem is I don't remember where that was. Might have been down by like the marsh. I mean, we can look around a bit. I really can't remember though. Go backwards from where you were. Okay. Oh, I think this is her place. Oh wait, no, that's a rock. Never mind. I thought that was a tent. In the tomb where you talk to the old guy, go back. Yeah, this area just all blurs into. And all blurs together. Do you mean this way? Thought these guys were gonna kill me, dude. Oh, here she is. Oh, that's great. Wait, did I talk to her again then? After maybe I already did it. Let time pass. This is an Elden Ring, man. Alright, well, hopefully there's no, like, bosses or paths that we missed. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we did a pretty good job at exploring and talking to everybody and doing all the quests. I'm not sure about the NPC that I've been giving the like research scraps to. I don't know what his name is, but oh, he use I. But I assume we'll get the rest of the stuff for him towards the end of the game. You said leave the rest to me.
The unending power. Go any further, and you may never return.
Fuck it.
Your sins. I've already paid for them.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, he's here too.
I had hoped to return to Analum to gather some silver before fleeing, but fate had other plans. Now I'm stuck here. Ah, the tragedy that's befallen Worship's rise. Those damned grave robbers must have stirred up some vengeful spirit, bringing this divine punishment down on us. Have you seen the state of the yard? My family's lived here for generations. Oh, the town's gone to hell. Murder and fire at every turn. Best to stay put here in Analum for now, miss. It's safer.
You have finally arrived. That merchant Tao said Worship's Rise is in utter chaos now. Strange red vines are sprouting everywhere, and monsters are attacking anyone in sight. Aside from the hidden Analum, only the Reverend Temple remains untouched by the monsters. Let me check the town first while you stay here in Analum. We can plan our next move once I return with information. I'm worried about your arm. If it gets worse, it could complicate matters. But I can't stop you, can I? Here, take this. I can't remember who gave it to me, but I believe it might help with your feathering. Use it if you start to feel unwell. I'll head out first. If I find anything...
They're giving me a lot of these
meet at the Reverend
elixirs.
Temple.
We have a lot of like full heal items. If only I could equip them.
Santo é o teu nome, o teu reino buscamos, tua vontade seja feita. Amen. Halt!
Oh,
Don't
it's
go
the
any
priest
further.
guy.
The town is overrun with demons. I have been sent by the Lord's divine will to proclaim his sacred word. Serving the Lord and saving the world is my sacred calling. Lord above, guide me. Amen. Halt! Don't go any further.
How do you get 2 temperances? You can get more temperance charges on if you go further left in the tree. It's like yeah, it's this one. I have +1, +2. I think you can even get a 3rd, maybe, or a 4th. Maybe not. Might be 3 total, actually. There's still quite a few vase charges, interestingly enough. Because this one goes to level 3, and this one isn't, so... That means that I'm missing 4 upgrades. I wonder how long this final area is. I think I'm gonna call it a day here though, chat. I don't want to like, I'm getting pretty tired and I've been streaming for 10 hours. I don't really want to force myself to like rush through the final area. I don't know how big this area is. I mean, considering how many upgrades, considering how many, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. So if I go in the list, yeah, so this is like a new location in the list. So I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a ton of locations like the other zones. I feel like there's probably still a lot left. Like this, if this zone is anything to go by compared to the others, we probably have a lot left still. So yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. We just got to a new zone. Have a safe trip. I'm not done streaming yet. I'll be yeah, I'm leaving on Monday and then I'll be back on Friday is the plan. The secret sponsorship, yeah. Yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. It's been a lot of fun, fun playing through this game. Honestly, it's a good game. And, I don't know, somebody in chat said we have quite a bit left, so I'm curious to see, all these, like, all the bosses in the end game, because we're definitely in the final zone of the game now. I think. Outbreak remake sponsorship. That would be something. All right, guys, I'm gonna give a raid to Larksa. She's playing Raft. I don't know how much longer she's streaming, but go say hi to Larksa if you'd like. I will see you guys tomorrow for some more WUCHANG. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm really tired. It was a long stream yesterday and today. It's been fun though. Yeah, good night everybody.